Good morning. Good morning. We are ready to start the day's proceedings. Please make sure that your cell phones are off. Thank you. Your cell phones are off. Thank you.
Good morning. Who should I greet first? Who's leading? Good morning, Ms. Bowe. Good morning, Ms. Sigers Nube. Good morning again, Mr. Mogotsi, and welcome once more. Thank you. Yes, Ms. Bowe.
Chair, you'll recall on, my apologies, good morning, Chair, good morning, Commissioners. You'll recall that on Monday, Mr. Mogotsi was meant to appear. A sick note was provided to us, or a medical certificate was provided to us by the close of business day, indicating that he would be fit to resume his duties after the 3rd of March. From our perspective, Chair, Mr. Mogotsi was requested to come back today in order to give an explanation to the Commission, and thereafter to postpone his testimony to a date next week.
It looks like we've... I'm going to give you an opportunity to say something, Mr. Mogotsi, but let me right away say that it looks like we've reached a stage where we are getting quite a few of these medical certificates, and this is quite bothersome. It impacts negatively on the Commission's scheduling, because once we do not have a witness, and we usually get to know of that on the day, we lose time because we do not sit on that day, and it gets worse if a witness has been scheduled for more than just one day. And that witness then has to be scheduled at a later date, affecting scheduling that had already been done. This is truly, truly bothersome, and the Commission has very limited time to do its investigation, do and finalize its investigation. And the medical certificates we get basically say nothing. Yours, Mr. Mogotsi, says medical condition. That is what the last one before yours also said, and we had to insist on getting another medical certificate, which then stated what the real condition was. Just saying medical condition, that's useless, useless. It doesn't assist us, and ordinarily, that's something we just cannot and should not accept. We are aware that there are regulations that govern the medical environment, and we believe that we are entitled to call upon the medical doctor concerned to actually explain what the medical condition is, but because of the confidentiality that attaches to people's medical conditions, that's something we should do in a private session. Starting from now, that is something we are seriously considering doing. In addition to that, we are also entitled to furnish the medical certificate to the council that governs the medical profession. for it to inform us professionally whether what's written on the certificate makes sense medically. We are, even on this aspect as well, seriously considering doing that. We are not going to sit here and continue receiving useless medical certificates like the last one was and like yours appears to be. Having said that, let me hear you, Mr. Mogotsi. And unfortunately, anyway, whatever we make of this medical certificate, we cannot hear your testimony today, and that is because we have another witness scheduled for today. Do you want to say anything? Do you want to comment on your own medical certificate, which I say is useless because all it says is medical condition? What on earth is that?
Thank you, Commissioners. I really have to apologize and reiterate, Commissioners, I have been very consistent throughout the preparations all the time before the Commission. And coming back from Cape Town, since Friday, I was not okay. Like you say, confidentiality of the illness, but mine, I just had a lot of pressure, more like a diarrhea. I was so sick. I'm still not well, but I thought because if for the Commission's information, throughout the engagement, it is me who suggested that day to the evidence leader. So I really apologize, but indeed I was very ill and very dizzy also. And I even insisted with the doctor that I so wish he can get me some medication so that by Wednesday, Thursday, I could be ready to come here. And it will never happen again.
Even though the answer to what I'm going to put to you does not really lie with you, but I will ask you this. Do you have any problems if we refer your medical certificate to the council that governs the medical profession?
No, I do not have.
No problem at all with that.
I mean, I believe that their interaction with the medical doctor will be kind of confidential and be submitted, then there's no problem.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mogotsi, the hearing of your testimony is postponed to a date to be determined at a later stage. Thank you for your attendance.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Do we adjourn for you to bring in the next witness?
Chair, that would be appreciated.
We'll come back when you indicate to us. Let's adjourn.
Fam, when you're a Standard Bank private banking client, you get peace of mind knowing that you're not just planning for the future, but living it. Elevate your everyday and live wealthier with Standard Bank Private's vast wealth management tools and services. Click the link in the description and start today.
honor.
All right, it seems we are ready to resume. Please make sure that your cell phones are off. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair. Chair, the witness for today is Major General Richard Shibiri. He is legally represented by Loliwe attorneys and he has counsel on brief, if they may introduce themselves.
Thank you. May the lead attorney place you on record, please. Oh, I thought,
Counsel is on
I'm
brief.
so sorry. I thought I heard reference to attorneys. Also, is counsel instructed by, my most sincere apologies, counsel.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Commissioners. I'm LP Mkhize, Advocate Mkhize from Johannesburg Bar.
Yes.
I'm appearing together with my instructing attorney, Mr. Cassius Loliwe, and Ms. Mandwa. Lisedi Mulandwa. My apologies. Chair,
I'm a bit relieved if you don't know your own attorney.
Chair, my junior instructing attorney is supposed to be writing some board exam later this afternoon.
Yes.
But she took the time to come and be part of these proceedings. That's, we believe, shows how serious it takes.
Yes.
The whole process in there. I must also apologize when the commissioners were coming in. Unfortunately, I was still conferring with Mr. Attorney. When everyone else stood up, we did not.
I did not even notice it.
We apologize for that, commissioners.
No.
We represent.
Good morning and welcome to you all.
Indeed, Commissioner. Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, Major General Shabiri has elected to be sworn in.
Thank you. Good morning, General.
Good morning, Commissioner.
Do you swear that the evidence you are going to give is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you, General.
Thank you, Chair. General, in front of you, you should have 3 files. The first file, File 1, contains your statement that you prepared for your evidence today. And if I can just place on record that you have filed 2 statements. The second statement, I understand, just contains some typographical corrections. And although I know your preference was for us to deal with the first statement, it's going to be logistically difficult for us to deal with the second statement. So we're going to work through your first statement, and where you have made changes in that statement, in the second statement, I will just alert you to it so that it can be placed on record that changes have been made to that particular paragraph. So if you could confirm then, General, that in File 1, the statement that appears at page 1 to 80 is your statement, and that the signature on, page 81, 1 to 81, and that the signature on page 81 is your signature.
That is correct, Commissioner, is my signature.
And do you confirm the truthfulness and correctness of the contents of your statement?
I confirm.
Okay. Barring, of course, the corrections that you've made, which we will deal with. And then you should have another file with you. It's File 2, which should contain the annexures to your statement.
Yes.
And it should be annexures S1 to RS1 to 14 from page 1 to 54. And we've added another page, page 55, which is not a new annexure, but it is just the typed version of the statement that appears on page 50, from page 53, Chair. So RS14 RS11 has been typed up. Do you confirm that? So if you look at page 55, does your file have a page 55?
It will be RS14.
Yes, does your file have a page 55?
Page 55. Yes.
Okay. My apologies, I said RS14, it's RS11, it goes to RS11. So RS11, page 55, is a typed version of the written statement.
Yes, I see.
Okay. And then there's a third file which you should not worry yourself with for present purposes, that is an exhibit file. Do you confirm that you have the exhibit file? There's a third file that you should have there, an exhibit file.
Yes, I got it.
Thank you. General,
Before you start, General, it was at my insistence that the old statement should be used, and that you should then refer to whatever changes you have since made as we go along. The reason for that is that I assume probably my co-commissioners have prepared on the old statement, and our notes are on the old statement. So it would be very difficult for us to do cross-referring if we now have to go by what's contained in the new statement. I hope that will not mess up your presentation from where you are sitting.
No, I think we'll manage, Commissioner.
Thank you, General.
thank you, Chair. General, and then if we can start with your statement on page 1. As discussed with you earlier on, this is an opportunity for you to give your version in respect of allegations that have been made against you where you may be implicated. And so with very little interference from myself, of course, be clarification questions. We will try to limit them as much as possible.
We won't quibble with the vote of no confidence.
And in return, if we could ask you that if you are going to elect to read your statement, that at the end of each topic, if you could then elaborate, if you want to elaborate on any aspect in that topic, but not to elaborate after each paragraph, because then you have an 81-page statement we won't finish in the 2 days that we have. But please don't feel hindered by that, but just bear in mind that what we want to hear your version, but that it is at your choice how you want to do that.
Thank you.
You may proceed, General.
Thank you. My name is Major General Richard Abednego Shibiri, an adult male, 57 years old, a Major General in the South African Police Service. The facts contained herein fall within my personal knowledge unless otherwise stated, or where the context indicates that the information was obtained through reports made to me in the execution of my official duties. I understand the mandate as reflected in the Government Gazette number 53048 of 2023, July 2025, to be the investigation to determine the veracity, scopes, and system implications, specific allegations of criminality, political interference, and corruption within the criminal justice system arising from the public statements made by Lieutenant General Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi on the 6th of July 2025. I further understand that the Commission is empowered to receive and assess relevant evidence, summon witness, call documents, notify and hear implicated person, and evaluate whether any member of law enforcement and prosecutorial authority, intelligence structure, or other organs of the state engage in unlawful conduct or was subject to improper political and external influence. I understand, moreover, the ultimate purpose of the Commission to be the establishment of the truth in relation to those allegations, and where appropriate, the making of findings and recommendations directed at safeguarding the integrity, independence, and proper functioning of the criminal justice system. The scope of my response to the questions which I received.
Sorry, General, if I can just do the introduction on that. On page 2, you deal with the scope of this response, and you are responding to a rule, a notice that was sent to you by the Commission to respond to certain allegations where you may be implicated, correct?
That's correct.
Yes. So if you can then go to page 3 and deal with paragraph 5, where you deal with what those allegations were.
Thank you, Commissioners. According to this written response, is primarily confined to the following areas: the alleged infiltration or undue influence of criminal syndicates within the law enforcement agencies, and my knowledge, if any, thereof. Secondly, the nature and extent and consequences of the infiltration or of undue influence by these syndicates. So, and the nature of my relationship with my communication on WhatsApp or Signal with each person listed in the summons. My alleged discussion with the detectives in camera, witness A and B, and the other detective, that there were 3 envelopes floating around. The fourth questions to be responded to will be my alleged discussion with the detectives in camera, A and B, and other detectives, that there were 3 envelopes floating around. I think I repeated that one. The alleged telephone conversation with witness A, as overheard by witness B, and matters said to have been discussed therein. Why I allegedly informed Mr. Matlala that Warrant Officer Michael Buleta, who was granted a bail during or in August 2024 in Musina case 2010 of 9/2022. The Cybercrime Act and Criminal Injury case involving Mr. Musa Kaula. The investigation into murder of Armand Swart, the SAPS contract with Medicare 24 Tshwane District Pty Ltd, and about any payments made by me or my family members to Vusimu's Cat Matlala, and any payments made to me or my family members by Mr. Vusimu's Matlala. This statement is prepared primarily in response to the above questions contained in the summons issued to me. However, in order to respond meaningfully and accurately to those questions, it has been necessary to provide contextual background on certain events and allegations. A matter of concerning we have entered the public domain through media reporting, public commentary, institutional process, the testimony presented before the Commission in circumstances where the information conveyed has at times been incomplete, taken out of context, inaccurately quoted, or materially misrepresented. Accordingly, we were relevant to the issues raised in the summons. I have considered it necessary to clarify and contextualize certain statements attributed to me, to address misquotes, misunderstanding, untruth, and that have emerged in evidence before the Commission, to place my conduct within its proper operational and institutional framework. I do so not to challenge the authority of the Commission or the role of other witnesses, but to ensure that the Commission is provided with full, accurate, balanced, factual account of the, to the best of my ability. In this regard, insofar as such matters arise from or are associated with issues under investigation, I shall also deal with the matter following from the public statement made by Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi in July 2025 and reference made therein to me, adverse mentioned made in Parliament proceedings before the Madlanga Commission, the initiation of internal investigative process, including transfer to gender-based violence component, which is supposed to be not component but desk.
Sorry, General, you say that it shouldn't be component, it should read desk.
Yes.
Gender-based violence desk.
Yes.
Okay.
The notice intended suspension and subsequent final notice of suspensions, referrals made by the Commission to the task team investigation, and the principal question posed in the summons. When necessary, I will further outline an operational context of my tenure as the head of organized crime investigations, including achievements, investigative breakthrough, institutional interventions taken during the period. Insofar such, the context consists the Commission in proper assessing the allegation and issuing placed before it. This response is made in good faith in compliance with the lawful directive contained in the summons. I'll come to my background now. I have matriculated in 1996 at the high school.
Sorry, General, 86.
86.
Maybe you want it to be 96, it's 86.
1986.
96 is me, General, not you.
I said 1986. Yeah.
Please continue.
I'm sorry, Commissioner. Yeah, I matriculated in 1986 at a high school called Kisetwani High School in Bulobedi in Tzaninu, where I was born and grew up. I hold a diploma in policing obtained through Technicon, RSA, not SA. Now it's called University of South Africa, UNISA, in 1988. As well as Bachelor of Police Practice.
I think more accurately, it merged with UNISA.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes. Thank you, Commissioner. It's true. And then a Bachelor of Police Practice obtained through SBS, now currently is called Stadia, in 2021. I further hold a certificate in the investigative of transnational organized intellectual property crime with the International IP Investigation College in 2015. The intellectual property, and I have completed specialized training programs relating to organized crime, transnational leadership, development, compliance monitoring, and so forth. I also attached my CV as Annexa RS1 for reference, and also attached my SAPS 96, which will show my progress and the courses completed. Annexed as RS2. Before my suspension took effect on the 11th of February 2025.
Sorry, General, isn't that supposed to be 2026?
2026, yes. It's a mistake, 2025. Yeah, it's February 2026. I was the component head, organized crime investigation under the division, detective and forensic services, with effect from the 1st of May 2024. The appointment letter is also attached as Annex RS3. Prior to my permanent appointment, I served as an acting component head, organized crime investigation from 18 December 2023. We forgot to attach the acting letter, but I have it if it is needed as an attachment. I have served in the SAPS since 19 February 1988 and have accumulated more than 38 years experience in policing, of which 37 years have been with the detective service. I have progressed through all operational ranks, including constable, before sergeant. That time there was a lang sergeant, I also been the one. Then sergeant, warrant officer, captain, lieutenant colonel, colonel, brigadier, and then now Major General. I have served in various command and senior management positions, including detective commander, cluster detective coordinator, not cluster detective head, and the provincial head crime investigation services in Gauteng, acting deputy provincial commissioner also in Gauteng, section commander, organized crime and investigations, national head office, and recently as the component head, organized crime investigation.
General, before you proceed, as component head, organized crime investigations, who's your immediate superior?
My immediate superior will be the divisional commissioner, detective and forensic services, who was General Sintumule, because now she's acting, General Mohali is acting now.
Okay, thank you.
The functions and mandate of crime, organized crime investigation. The component is comprising of 7 sections. The first one is the operational desk and projects responsible for registration of projects from provinces and head office and managing them so that when we do quarterly evaluations, we have them, and they are doing such arrangements. And also to interlink cross-border, cross-province organized crime happening. Transnational investigation is another section which is responsible for border policing, mutual legal assistance, and they are doing cross-border operations in SADC with SARP partners, and also responsible for vehicles stolen and recovered outside the country, doing investigation with those countries in order to repatriate the vehicles back to gang investigation, responsible for investigation of all gang-related crimes and gang violence. Extortion investigation, responsible for investigation of the extortion records at the construction sites. Now we moved on also to deal with other stakeholders, such as approve, I think, at the beginning of 2025, in order to implement the new strategic, the midterm strategic plan. The mandate of organized crime investigation is to manage investigation of organized crime falling outside the mandate of Directorate of Priority Crime Investigation in accordance with SAPS legislature and policy framework. Here, in short, is all those which are termed by the South African Police Act to be cases which are investigated by DPCI. So we don't deal with them. We are there to plug on the cracks where DPCI is not dealing with it because of capacity and so forth. But sometimes there is where we cross line, then we overlap towards some of their work and whatsoever. But we are dealing with, on the value chain, level 1 to 3. That is why you will see, commissioners, when we have now detected a clandestine laboratory and made the arrest, we will conserve the crime scene and do all the statements, but we will hand the docket to the DPCI because it's their mandate. They are the one who are assessed on dismantling of this clandestine. But we get information, then we farm intelligence and with the assistance of others. But we will end up handing it to them.
The delineation I does and what you may do is determined by the head of the DPCI and DPCI. And you are then EPCI. You are then EPCI has not decreed will be done. Correct. So, sorry, General. May I take you back to paragraph 16.10? I just want you to elaborate on some of the concepts you refer to. For example, when you say strategic and supervisory, what exactly does the supervision entail?
Supervision entails monitoring day-to-day implementation of strategies or policies by members who are under your component or until down there to the provinces, because now and then we check on monthly basis. We have what we call National Organized Crime Secretariat, where all the 9 provinces will come, and number one, the crime intelligence will present the crime threat for each province, so that we can determine from the registered project, are they addressing the threats in that particular province which is menacing the community. Because it doesn't help you come and register a project of drugs, but that one we expect of every province, because we have problem with drugs in each province. And then they say you are having a problem is carjacking or truck jacking, but your project, you don't have project dealing with truck jacking. Your project deals with stock theft.
All right.
Whereas the highest threat in terms of the crime stats, it says. So when we evaluate, we start with that. And
all right, no, that has answered me.
Yes.
Then oversight, involving oversight, and what does oversight entail?
Yeah. In oversight, we do what we call compliance inspection. To go directly, for example, I'll go to Gauteng. They've got sections, as I indicated, which are at head office. They are also having anti-gang. I can decide to say, hey, there is a spike in or outcry, social media, radio, whatever, in Westbury about the killing and so forth, and nothing's happening. I'll request all the cases and go and peruse them and inspect them. Firstly, I will audit them. Auditing meaning to verify the system says they are having 200 doggeds on hand, so I must see all the 200 doggeds. And then from there, I will peruse the doggeds to see that the exact work is being done. And what does it take for them to do the work? I will be able to identify the inhibiting factors, the shortcomings. And then with the particular province, I will be able to come up with a plan to address those shortcomings we have identified. And you don't go there and leave before it is done. It must be done when you are there. And then going forward, they will be having we will have an action log where they will be reporting monthly or whatsoever, or I will come and check. And I will even initiate that if there is list of those who are known, we need to go and trace. I form a team from other stations. We come there, maybe we get overtime for them. We go and try to trace and arrest. But then what will be left is to follow up, because you can arrest today. Then they don't link the person, they don't even enroll it. Mm-hmm. You will have that state of arrest which doesn't even, because if you didn't remove that person from the equation, he's still going back to do the same thing. So, meaning you have done nothing.
Okay, all right. And I assume there may be overlaps. Some of what you said, or rather part of what you said in respect of supervisory and oversight, may also encompass what you do in terms of compliance. But let me still ask the question, and what does compliance entail?
Yeah, compliance, Commissioner, it simply refers to all the members or operational members, whatever they are doing, it is in line with the internal prescripts, being national instruction, SOPs, and the policies. So if we say a case docket must be completed like this, so everything must be completed like that when you open a case docket. The disease, the part A, part B, and whatsoever. And when we say we have a warning statement, you found other stations, they become creative and make their shorter warning statement, which does not have all the rights which you must ask the accused person whom you are charging. Then it gives a problem when you got a litigation that, oh, you didn't explain the rights which are there, which we promised people we're going to ask them and make sure we're doing it. And when we say people must be charged within 48 hours or released, if not charged. So those is the internal compliance which they must deal with to say we in line with the law, and when we come to be inspected by the auditors, there will be no findings, and the community at large, they will be satisfied with what will be done.
Oh, thank you. Exactly what I said, because I think you said something similar with regard to supervisory. You said you ensure compliance with the policies, and
yes.
It looks like it's similar to compliance monitoring.
Yes.
Yeah. All right. And guidance?
Guidance is like on-service training, coaching, like on our side, because we're dealing with dockets. You will read the dockets to see if the member understands what he's supposed to do based on the crime happened. Then you will read from A to Z, and then see what is lacking, what is outstanding. Then you will make an entry in the docket on the SAPS 5, the diary, to say, go and obtain statement of Advocate Mkhize relating to this and that. Go and take the statement of Shibiri, because he's a witness, he was there when this happened. And then go to this shop where they said they bought this and check a video camera, who was there, and then get forensic to go and check fingerprints on this shop where this and that happened and so forth. So it must be specific, because guidance is like in-service training, telling somebody what to do step by step in order to complete the investigation.
So when you say in-service coaching or guidance, I understand this to be something generalized and not relating to a specific docket or a specific investigation. Am I correct?
I agree. It can be done generally in a setting like this when in parade. Then talking to everybody about a subject which you have identified to be a problem. For example, less information is written on the diary as to what have you done. Because if you go out to do something, you must note on the diary, at this time I was at this street and then looking for this, I spoken to Mr. Who, and then he said the witness is not there, is somewhere, is moved out. The new telephone number of the witness is this one. If you say you are looking for forensic report, you will indicate, I inquired at the forensic, spoken to this brigadier, he indicated it is allocated to IO, reference number is this and this, and then they said it will be ready within 2 weeks. So that it can be a general way you are telling everybody. But when you take a specific docket, you will be speaking to that individual who is investigating, guiding that investigation, what to do in order for the investigation to be completed and the docket to be ready to be taken to the prosecution for decision or to arrest the suspect and place it on court room.
Would you be involved, would you personally be involved in the latter? That is the giving or that is the coaching or guidance in respect of a specific docket? Would you personally be involved in that?
Yeah, the section that I've made to say organized crime comprises of this section. They are headed by the brigadiers. And then there's the other small section by
Can you please answer the question directly?
Okay. Yeah, I will.
Please, I don't understand this to be intrusive questioning at this stage. Not at all. I just seek clarity on all these concepts.
Okay. I will.
Yes. So would you personally be involved in coaching or guiding in respect of a specific docket?
Most of the time. More especially where we receive complaints, and then to say there is a problem of this and that. Then when I go there, let me give an example of Kaveja. There was a problem of extortion and anti-gang, and also these insurance matters. So firstly, when you go there, you have to understand what people are complaining about. But I have to get these dockets. So I'll get somebody to go to the system and get all these dockets, and then I will call all these dockets, and then I peruse all the dockets and give guidance. Then I will form a team comprising of the people I came with from head office, but mostly are still from other provinces. And then I will need also people from that particular province. Because it becomes difficult. If I can deploy people for 3 months, they cannot be carrying dockets from Eastern Cape. Them being in Gauteng, they're gonna be a problem. Sometimes the dockets are not at court. Then the ones who are from the local, they will be carrying the dockets. The others will be doing support, working with them, arresting and whatsoever. So that when the time arrives that is 3 months lapse, we have done it, then we have stabilized, then they can continue on their own. They are able to continue, and then we leave those dockets with them, because we do this in many times. So sometimes we'll be taxi violence, I must go there, and then with a team, and then such things must happen. So if you want to give the people who are coming from outside, it's going to be difficult to remove them there because they are carrying the docket themselves. You didn't mix from the start. So the planning must be, you are not there permanent, because the task team is there made to deal with the situation, stabilize, and hand over. Because we went there because the province and the district were unable to deal with that particular specific problem.
All right. I think we are left with only 2 now, so we are almost done, General.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
General, other than you becoming involved because there's a complaint in the way that you've described it, are there circumstances where you become involved with a particular docket in the normal course of the execution of your duties?
Yes. That is why we are having a duty officer from the province, from the district. All of them, they must report to the NAD joints. And then a report is given to the duty general from the province, and they will escalate it to head office. And we're also having groups where they can send on WhatsApp, but sensitive and high-profile cases or prominent people. So the reason why we must know, let me give with organized crime. With organized crime, I've got nine provincial heads, being brigadiers running the organized crime there. So it's the people whom most of the time I will communicate with regarding what needs to happen under organized crime. And they also share their successes and also their best practices to others to see how did we deal with this thing. So I will have interest whereby a prominent figure, or maybe 6 people were killed. Sometimes I go and attend the scene myself without being told, because I know when the National Commissioner wants information, he will ask the DNC will ask me or the DIFCOM. So I must be able to know what happened and compile a report for the DIFCOM, because the channel is, even most of the time, the DNC used to task me, but when I write the report, it will go through the DIFCOM, so that there mustn't be something which is going out of her office without her knowing. When she go to the meeting, she doesn't know what happened. So it happens like that even if there's no complaint. Yes.
Now we are left with intervention and coordination. Should we treat those individually, or do they go together? Intervention and coordination. Are they separate concepts? Don't elaborate. Are they separate, or do we deal with them as?
Yeah. Intervention and coordination, it will relate to whereby, for example, let's say here in Pretoria, there is somebody kidnapped, they want 6 million. And then there is a team in Gauteng. Other provinces, they don't have teams dealing with ransom kidnapping, because you go to other provinces, it's investigated by DPCI. So what you do is we go in as head office to assist, to give investigative support. Then we can coordinate private sector with them. Then we form a tag jock where we will be operating from for maybe three days or whatsoever. The hostage negotiators will be brought on board, and the investigators and the telephone analyst and whatsoever. Then the hostage will be, when they phone the family, will always getting that information, and then working with the team from the province in order to ensure that there is a success in tracing and getting the kidnapped person back and arresting the perpetrators.
And then right at the end, you have, rather than direct investigations, what do you want to convey by that?
To direct the investigation.
Look at 1610. Look at 1610, the last line of the paragraph. And right at the end, you say, rather than direct investigations. What is that meant to convey?
Yeah, I think they were trying to explain that rather than us just directing, telling person, go and investigate without doing anything to assist on the investigation.
I don't get you.
I think we wanted to indicate rather than direct investigation, meaning rather than not just directing people what to do, to say go and investigate, we also involved in the investigation by providing the above.
I would have thought it means the opposite. I would have thought it means that you don't get involved in direct investigations. That's how I read it.
Yeah, in a way, mostly we're not supposed to be involved, but the way it is, we're involved because of the situation where we find ourselves in.
What is that situation?
Yeah. for example, I'll give head offices in Gauteng. And Gauteng as a province, a small province, it's a geographical. Complainants know where's the head office, where's the provincial office, where's the head office. And the proximity for them to reach there. When they go to a police station and they are told something, they simply drive through to head office, whereas in other provinces, you have to travel for hours and they don't get there. They don't even know the people. And some of these people from here, citizens from Gauteng, they knows the head office people and the ministers. Then it is easy for them not, when they don't get joy, to phone direct. And most of our people, they feel comfortable when they speak to a senior member. They feel that their complaint will be dealt with accordingly. So as a result of that, you end up, when you send somebody again, they don't get any joy. You'll end up calling the person, come with the doghead. Then you will check the doghead yourself and then give directives and end up giving feedback yourself.
And why don't you follow your own structure and processes? Why don't you redirect the people and say, this is the structure, these are the processes, go to ABC, which is not head office?
So, sometimes you can manage to do that, but in most instances you can't, because when the person is there, wants answers there.
All right.
And he's furious. He doesn't want. It is like I'm chasing him away where he was chased away.
Yes.
And at head office, you can't even give direction or resolve a matter. So what you find yourself in is to make sure that the matter is resolved immediately to the satisfactory of the complainant.
All right. No, I don't want to sound intrusive at this stage. I just wanted to understand what you mean by rather than direct investigations. You've given your answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. General, I think you can now go to paragraph 17 on page 9.
At times, my functions require active operational participation rather than ceremonial and administrative oversight, which included serious and violent crime.
Can I just ask, when you say my functions, do you mean as the component head at the time?
Yes. Sometimes I'm needed to go down there if there is shooting and go and attend with them the scene and give investigative support.
You may continue. I think at paragraph 18, you highlight one investigation that you were involved in. You can deal with that briefly.
Yeah, on this one, I just gave an highlight that there was a period whereby the miners, more especially who were working at the smelt house, were killing the shift boss, those who were stopping them and managers from going out with this, we call them amalgam, because it's already served from there. Then they just put them in this, these police socks, and then and fasten them and put another one and fasten. Then they put them around their waist. So if the shift boss was so strict and other securities, so they started taking them out. So it started in lieu of coming towards Western area and back to Driefontein. That time now is called Sibanye Water. So, and these guys, because there were no arrests, they started doing this. So I collected all the dockets and started the investigation backwards, and then we managed to arrest a team full of these people working at the mines. Because you see, all of them, they were having cars. All of them, they were staying in suburbs and whatsoever. But so we managed to have a breakthrough on it.
paragraph 19, 20, 21 and 20, 21 and 22. Are you speaking opponent head in those paragraphs? Because if you are, I think that it's not entirely relevant to what we're dealing with, but if you want to maybe summarize it or just have it be noted for the record.
Yeah, it was just, it's what it is there on my CV, trying to show the job I have done before. A branch commander in Randfontein, then there were problems with particular suburb where there was a lot of killing, and because of took the old dockets, went through them, and we managed to get warrant of arrest on the old ones, and then we worked backwards on the new ones, and the whole criminal grouping was found no bail, and people had a nice Christmas in Tukom's rest for the first time.
I think you can just summarize it in paragraph 21, really summarizes it.
Yeah, in 21, here is where I was a district detective coordinator for District West Rand before I went to be the provincial commander of Gauteng priority crime investigation, where I was responsible for anti-corruption investigation, SASSA fraud, truck-jackings, gang-related organized crime, political killings, and illicit cigarette syndicates. And also there we've been successful in dealing with truck hijacking. More arrests were made there, and also they took us over to incorporate the taxi violence in what we were doing.
Can I then ask you if we can go to paragraph 28 on page 12, which deals with your role as the acting Deputy Provincial Commissioner Crime Detection. When were you acting in that role?
Yeah, it was during 2021 when the late General Ndlovu went on pension. So I was acting on his position for 11 months as a acting Deputy Provincial Commissioner Crime Detection. And my work was involving strategic planning for provincial crime detection, management of all the components within the directorate, oversight, investigative source allocation, operational coordination between specialized units, and performance of monitoring and investigative work. So until
sorry, General, before you go past that paragraph, I'm interested in 28.2. This would have been Gauteng, so the province that you're referring to is Gauteng in 2021.
Yes.
And 28.2, management of all detective components. What does that mean?
Yes.
What does that entail?
Where I say...
On page 12, paragraph 28.2, your involvement as...
manage all the detective components. So the crime detection as the Deputy Provincial Commissioner responsible for crime detection. Under that directorate, there is components like serious and violent crime, anti-corruption, crime scene, and criminal record. And then there is crime intelligence head also who is reporting there. And also there's crime investigation services. And then there is stock theft. And so all those components are managed by the DPC, crime detection.
So it wasn't limited to organized crime.
No, it's all the components, including the organized crime. So all the components were reports under the Deputy Provincial Commissioner.
Okay. Then I think you can go to page 13, paragraph 30. This is now in your capacity as the acting component head and presently Major General Component Head. This is the position that you were in before, the permanent position before February 2026 when you were suspended.
Thank you, Commissioners. During December 2023, the Divisional Commissioner together with the DNC approached me and asked if I'm interested to come and act at the component, because at that time the component was not having a national head, organized crime, because it was held by General Sevilla, who was promoted to be the DNC. And I worked in that component when it was started with General Sintumule. So the people there were brigadiers there who were acting in rotation, but they indicated to me they don't get joy or see any improvement since they are acting. So they approached my provincial commissioner, who was Lieutenant General Mawela, and he agreed, and a letter was drafted, and I was appointed as the acting from the 18th of December 2023. We didn't attach the letter, but I'm having it if it is needed to be put in as an annex. So I worked there until 2024, May the 1st, when I was promoted to Major General as the permanent component head. And I outlined them the works which I'm doing as a component head. Should I read them or can I pass?
I think paragraph 31, we'll take note of the sub-paragraphs in 30. You can maybe deal with 31.
I can deal with 31?
Yes, onwards.
I must start from 30.1?
No, 31.
31.
At the foot of page 13.
Okay. Directing disruptive operation against organized criminal networks.
Sorry, General, what does that mean? What does disruptive operations mean?
Yeah, the disruptive operations mean the operations. Remember, organized crime mostly deals with project investigation, which takes longer. So sometimes when you want to know, for example, we are having you as a target, but we don't have enough now. We put an agent, but we can't get to you. What do? We can do a disruptive operation based on to say, yeah, she might be selling drugs, and then we go and get a search warrant, and then we search as if we're searching for the warrant, but actually we want to get to know you and to gather more information about you and the vehicles you are having there, so that we know what you are going to survey, because you are sophisticated, so that our agent cannot infiltrate you, or else maybe he will be or she will be the one who is friendly with you during the operation. Others of us will be so rude with you and whatsoever, and we search, we get whatever we get, and then we can get even your post, and then we will use it later. So those are the strategies. For example, or we know there is drugs sold there, we'll go and get a search warrant, and then we go and search in order to get the drugs. Or we apply for Section 252A, we come and search and arrest. That is where it's a straightforward, we can't get to you. we can just do that. Maybe you are just a street seller or whatever. So it will be a waste of time to register a project. When we register a project, maybe we could have arrested you, got information from you, where are you buying, then put our agent to go with you to go and buy. And then so that you get trust from that particular person, then he can, without you, buy in bulk. Because if you just go by 10 rand, it becomes difficult for us to also institute Poker Act on you because it is so small what you are selling.
Can you just look at paragraph 31? Is it not meant to be the last paragraph, subparagraph of 30? Because it just starts from nowhere and basically ends nowhere. Is it not meant to be one of your functions as acting component head?
In other words, shouldn't it be 30.10?
30.10.
It is meant to be 30.10. So it is part of your functions. It's part of 30. That's what I mean.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. You don't have to change it because it will disturb your other paragraphs, just for our noting.
All right. No, thanks, Commissioner.
Now, when you say in that paragraph, directing disruptive operations against organized criminal networks, how involved are you in that process in order to direct it? Would you have to have knowledge of the organized crime networks? Who's giving you that information?
When I said this, on the same page, 31.
Correct, yes. So the 31 that it currently is, you say part of your functions in your capacity included directing disruptive operations against organized criminal networks. So I'm asking you about those organized criminal networks. You would have to have knowledge of organized criminal networks in order to be in charge of directing the disruptive operations. So can you just give us an indication, so just an example of, you gave the example of the drug, so you would have to have intimate knowledge about those organizations or those networks. And where are you getting that information from?
Yeah. Thank you, Commissioner. As I've indicated, organized crime, we've got provincials and one at head office. So what happens is, in their districts, each district is having the DOCS, the District Organized Crime Secretariat. So that comes from those stations. So remember, the OCTA process deals with geographic approach and this unconventional approach. So when there is prevalence of a certain crime happening in a station precinct and they can't deal with it and they can't identify even the market where these commodities which are stolen, they are going. And maybe they arrested one person once and whatever. So they will have to escalate this to register an inquiry file, a threat file. And then it will be discussed at the district, at the DOCS meeting, where they will decide to say, no, let's get a multidisciplinary team, investigators, crime intelligence, and whatsoever. Then they follow. They will go and get all the reported cases and do the crime pattern analysis, the crime threat analysis, and then they come together to say, this fits to be a project. They will register a pre-project and then start looking for these people. So that is where the networks are identified. It starts by the prevalence of reported cases in a precinct. And they are unable to deal with it geographically. Even if they post to those hotspots, still it persists. It moves to They just displace it in the same precinct and nobody's been arrested, but the cars goes every day. So then we will decide to say, okay, this might be a project. And then we arrested this one, we don't know where they are taking, then maybe this one gave us information to say the guy who is buying these cars is this one, is dismantling it and selling parts. These ones are taken to Mozambique, these ones are taken where. And then they are paid how much. So that is the information which must be verified by counterintelligence and intelligence gatherers. So to identify the network, each province, based on threat analysis, on the reported crime, they identify who is the active role players involved in these crimes. Then, meaning you identified your networks, then you are managing to profile and see who's working with this and that and that. Then you go deeper, you profile them. What regarding their finances and assets and whatsoever, how do they live? Do they fit the criteria that they can afford this thing? Then they become target. We identify, oh, this network works with this and that and that and that. That is why when we meet, I'm able to ask them, why is there no project registered in Northwest for this commodity? Because there is extortion at the mines there. Why do we don't have it? Then in Gauteng, we are having groupings doing illegal mining. Who is the kingpin and where are they taking it? So crime intelligence must come on board and look into that then and report and register a network or an inquiry and work with the detectives. Then identify the person to reach the stage where we can say we are going to buy that gold, or the gold will be in bulk with them when we can go and arrest.
Be careful not to disclose your strategies to those criminals.
Okay.
I think let's just stick to your evidence insofar as it is relevant to this committee. I'm worried that you are telling them what your plans are and they'll be ahead of you.
Yes. But they already know. They already know because you make an operational plan already, you see it on the social media before you go and operate. So they already know. But yeah, they can know, but as long as they don't know when and how.
Chair, is this a convenient time to take the tea adjournment?
I am being directed that we should come back at 20 past. Let's adjourn until 20 past.
Grow your money around the world with our award-winning offshore banking solutions. Live a wealthier life with Africa's best private bank.
All right, it's 19 minutes past. We are ready to resume. Please make sure your phones are off. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. General, can we then, we were at paragraph 32 where you were talking about the functions require ongoing interaction with intelligence structures, investigative task teams, and national law enforcement stakeholders. Can we then deal at paragraph 35 with your involvement in matters referenced before the Commission, where you say this must be understood within the context of, and then you address the context. Can you just deal with that? I'm at 35 on page 14.
There's a voice we are hearing. And sorry, the gentleman to my right, it seems to come from your direction or not?
No, it's from this speaker.
It's what, General?
It's talking from this speaker on the right. It seems it is repeating what the advocate was talking about.
Sorry, the gentleman to my right, it seems to come from your direction or not? Let's... Please come here. We are told that someone is connected to a phone or to a laptop and that that's what's coming through. May we just take a short adjournment and we'll come back when we are told everything is fine. And may it be tested somehow. Thank you.
I don't know. Can you hear it there? I'm not connected to it.
This one. It talks after. You don't pick up it. Yeah, like you see, you're watching two TVs. The other one comes first, this one comes later. See. Or it's recording?
I think it's your phone.
My phone is. This one is off. It's on. It's not recording anything. Like you see, you're watching two TVs. The other one comes first. General.
Testing 1, 2. We are testing 1, 2. Testing.
They are all off. They are all off.
All right, just a final check that everything is good. 1, 2. Testing. Testing that all is good.
General.
All right, it was a false alarm. We are ready to resume. Thank you.
General, we now know who the culprit was.
My apologies, Commissioner.
And apologies to the gentleman to my right.
I already apologized.
Thank you, Chair.
Sigels Nube.
General, we were at paragraph 35 on page 14. Do you want to address, because this is where you start talking about events that transpired from the time that General Mkhwanazi made his press statement. So from 35, if you can address that.
Yeah. Page 35, I indicate that my involvement in the matters reference before the Commission must therefore be understood within the context of long outstanding operational policing responsibility, lawful engagement with investigative sources, command oversight of complex investigation, and institutional obligation to combat organized crime.
Sorry, General, before you proceed, 35.2, what do you mean by investigative sources?
Investigative sources refers to community sources who can provide information or registered informers who can, and also physical evidence obtained from the scenes which can provide information to lead to the crime.
But when you say lawful engagement with investigative sources, do you mean informants, lawful engagement with informants?
That's informants and also crime intelligence included.
Okay, thank you.
Any interaction or knowledge contributed to me arose within the professional duties and operational mandate. I am presently on suspension arising from the administrative process described above. The sequence of events demonstrate that this outcome did not occur in isolation but followed a progressive development of adverse perception concerning my role. In July 2025, Major, supposed to say Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi, not Major. Yes. Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi made a public statement in which the reference were made of members arrested for drug trafficking during 2021 who were said to have been attached to head office organized crime. That statement created inference that the organized crime environment under my command was implicated in wrongdoing. However, at the time of the arrest in question, I was serving as the acting Deputy Provincial Commissioner Crime Detection in Gauteng and was not occupying the position later associated with those allegations.
General, at the risk of asking you to elaborate, what are you talking about when you say the 2021 drug trafficking issue?
I'm referring to the statement made by witnesses here to say there were members of the South African Police Service who were arrested with a big consignment of drugs in Al Road in Johannesburg in 2021. And it was said those members, 3 of them were from head office. 2 were from dog unit and 1 was attached to organized crime investigation. So I want to clarify that indeed that statement was incorrect, that the members were from organized crime. That member was arrested there with the traffic officer and other members. It was only 1 member attached to serious and violent crime head office, not organized crime. And further, I would like to state that during the arrest, because the information came with General Khan following the consignment from Durban, they wanted to intercept it in Germiston, but they couldn't until it reaches the factory in Al Road. When they arrived at the scene, those police officers already offloaded the drugs from the truck to their police van and they were about to leave. The owner closed the gate. General Khan summoned investigators from DPCI and General Kadwa arrived with his team. When they were busy processing the scene, the superintendent from the National Traffic, namely Mashaba, called the provincial commissioner, claiming that they were tracing this truck and they wanted to arrest the suspect. Now they have been arrested. And that time it happened, I was with the provincial commissioner and the deputy provincial commissioner at Pretoria Mode Police Station, where we were launching a vaccination station. Then the PC was on sick leave. He came for that event. And he gave the phone to General Mtombeni, who was the acting GPC. General Mtombeni gave me the phone and said, "This is Detective Matter, deal with it." After listening to it, I said, "Who is at the scene?" Then I was told General Kadwa is there. I phoned General Kadwa, who explained to me, "No, we are going to arrest these people. They were stealing the drugs." And they end up being arrested. And this guy kept on phoning. I even phoned General Kadwa to say, "Hey, you are suspect, take away the phone. He's bothering us here." So after that, when their case was withdrawn, they opened a counter case of defeating the ends against General Kadwa, Kekana, and the people who were there from DPCI. That is when the General Khan was charged departmentally, and General Kadwa and Sukhobel. Then I was also cited as one who didn't want to take the instruction of General Mawela to go and visit the scene so that they can be released. So IPD, when doing investigation, they came to take my statement, and I explained I didn't have any business. That was mandate of DPCI, and the DPCI was making arrests, and the people were arrested. So I was trying to demonstrate here that inference that he was from organized crime, head office, is incorrect. He's from serious and violent crime, head office. And that time I was still in Gauteng. So because I see this thing attempts to want to link me with those wrongdoings of that. Because my name further is mentioned, and it will be the same organized crime I'm running, which always is found to be in the wrong side. So hence, I wanted to clarify it to the commission.
Yeah, I'm not clarified on it because you say the statement created the inference that the organized crime environment under my command was implicated in wrongdoing. However, at the time of the arrest in question, I was serving as the acting Deputy Provincial Commissioner, Crime Detection in Gauteng. So, but then you said that the member was from serious and violent crime, right?
Yes.
So, under which division, under who did the member fall under as serious and violent crime?
Serious and violent crime is a component within the Division Detective Service under General Motsepe.
Under General Motsepe?
Yes.
Okay. So why didn't you say in the statement that the member was actually from serious and violent crime, not from organized crime? You don't focus on the member here. That's what I'm struggling with.
Okay, I think, yeah, because also I wanted to attach the SAPS 92, which I have as an example to show where you worked.
Yes, but what I'm saying is that the statement should have just said the member that's implicated is not from organized crime, the member was from serious and violent crime. But you don't say that, you're rather saying that there mustn't be any implication relating to you because you weren't in charge of organized crime at the time.
Yeah, I think mistake was made when we were editing the written one because there I indicated that.
Okay.
I even attached the SAP 96 as evidence.
Okay, thank you.
But I'm not sure if it was sent also as attachment, that SAPS 6 of that particular member.
I'm not sure that we've received it, but we'll have a look at it. It's just I wanted clarity on that aspect. It's fine, we can proceed.
Yeah, I'm having it, we can produce it later.
Sorry, before you proceed, General, you say the statement created the inference that organized crime under your control or command was implicated in wrongdoing. The statement itself, did it mention you by name?
No. It mentioned, when that was mentioned, it was further mentioned that a senior officer, the general from head office at organized crime, also called the members who were investigating that particular case of Armand Swart. Also, coincidental also is from head office. So everything in that organized crime office whatsoever. So I wanted to make distinction to say this one is not from organized crime. It's from serious and violent, and it cannot be linked into what is linking me with what I've done during the course of my work and whatsoever, of which I will explain it later as to what happened and why people were called to my office. Because out there, it will seem I'm running a team of corrupt cops who go out to get this wrong, to do these wrong activities.
Thank you, General.
Including myself.
Yes. No, thank you. You have explained or answered my question at least. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. General, then you can continue with 38.
Following the public statement and in the month Thereafter, further adverse reference emerged with public discourse and parliamentary forums. This reference contributed to the development of a narrative suggesting misconduct and gross wrongdoing on my part, notwithstanding the absence of any prior disciplinary finding or investigative conclusion implicating me. Only several months later, during January and February, internal administrative processes were initiated. These included my transfer to gender-based violent component, but it was supposed to read desk, not component. Yes. The issuing of the notice intended suspension, the submission of my representation, and ultimately confirmation of my suspension as attached as Annexa RSA. I respectfully record that the information and incorrect public impression that proceeds.
Misinformation?
The misinformation and incorrect public impression that preceded these administrative steps materially contributed to unfortunate situation in which I found myself, namely being placed on suspension, notwithstanding long-standing service record or consistent effort to combat organized crime, criminal syndicate. I regret that misinformation and mischaracterization placed into the public domain appear to have contributed to this unfortunate situation. I place this explanation before the Commission so that the full sequence of events may be properly understood with correct factual context.
Then you move on, General, to deal with the referrals that were made by the Commission, which you refer to as referrals made by the Commission to the task team investigation. That's at paragraph 41, starts at paragraph 41.
In the course of its proceeding, the Commission resolved to refer certain matters, including those relating to me, for investigation by a designated task team. And I understand this referral form part of the Commission's
perhaps for accuracy, our referrals were to the SAPS leadership, directed to the National Commissioner. The task team is a creation of the President. Do you follow me, General? Your heading is not accurate. But that will not affect, I guess, it should not affect the substance of what you are going to discuss. I just wanted this to be accurate. So I'm saying our referral was to the National Commissioner of SAPS, not to the task team. The task team is a creation of the President. Do you follow me? Do you follow what I'm saying, General?
No, I understand.
Thank you.
That the referral was to the National Commissioner, and the National Commissioner formed the team based on the referral.
Yeah, that is why I prefaced it by saying what you call a referral to the task team, but it wasn't the Commission's referral to the task team.
Was it a recommendation?
I'm being corrected that the task team was a creation of the National Commissioner, not of the President.
Yes.
Correct.
So I guess I did not follow what happened from the media. I did not follow what exactly happened as to the creation of the task team. But anyway, the point of substance is the task team is not our creation. Thank you.
General, so that is why I preface it by saying you refer to it as referrals made by the Commission to the task team. And Chair's point is that the Commission didn't make any referrals to the task team. The referrals were made to the National Commissioner, and the task team is a creation of the National Commissioner. Yeah. But it need not detain us for purposes of your evidence, because the correct position will be reflected. But you can read what you understood it to be.
Yeah, no, we will rephrase.
No,
Because
it's no need, General. You just read it as it says in your statement. You've been corrected, and that's fine.
Okay,
Nothing turns on it.
all right. Should I continue?
Yes, please.
I understand this referral to form part of Commission's broader mandate to ensure that allegations raised during the inquiry are independently assessed through appropriate investigative structure. I wish to record that the referral itself does not constitute a finding of wrongdoing against me, but rather reflects procedural steps by the Commission to allow further investigation of issues raised in testimony and public discourse. Nonetheless, the existence of the referral has contributed to the continuation of adverse perception regarding my conduct and has formed part of the consequence of events that culminated in my current suspension. I will cooperate fully with the all process arising from the referral, remain prepared to assist any investigative body so that the matter may be objectively assessed and resolved on the basis of verified facts rather than allegation or speculation. I respectfully place this context before the Commission to demonstrate how the accumulation of public allegation, institutional responses, and investigative referrals has led to the present situation, notwithstanding the absence of any proven misconduct on my part. I now proceed to address in the section that follow each question posed in the summons during, with the systemic and the sequence which they arise.
Yes, so the first is you are addressing the issue of whether criminal syndicates have infiltrated or exerted undue influence of law enforcement agencies, including SAPS, JMPD, EMPD, TMPD, NPA, SSA, and or any other matters related thereto. And you say that this is based on your personal experience, professional exposure, and information. You may proceed. 45.
Thank you. I'm able to respond to this question only to the extent of my personal experience, professional exposure, information that came to my attention in the execution of my official duties. As a serving member of the South African Police Service, my direct knowledge primarily relates to the matters encountered within SAPS operation and investigation. Accordingly, any observation I make concerning the other institutions or agencies are limited to information that became known to me through operational interaction, intelligence briefings, and investigation in the South African Police Service was involved, in which South African Police Service was involved. To the extent that the question relates to institutions outside my direct mandate or personal knowledge, my response is necessarily limited to I do not purport to make findings beyond my own experience or awareness. Right,
Sorry, General, just before we deal with that, at paragraph 45, so on page 18, where it starts, as a serving member of the South African Police Service, my direct knowledge primarily relates to matters encountered with SAPS operations and investigations. When you say primarily, does it mean that you also have information about infiltration in your personal capacity, not necessarily only in your capacity as a SAPS official? Because you say primarily, you mean solely?
Which I was involved myself.
Yes.
Which I experienced myself. Yes.
But is that only as a police officer in your official capacity, or would you have encountered it in your personal capacity, in your person?
In my official capacity.
Okay. I'm just asking because you use the word primarily, which suggests that there's an aspect of it that may not just be about your official capacity. So if you said solely, then I would understand you mean you gather that information only because you are a SAPS official. But if you say primarily, it suggests that maybe from a personal point of view, you also have that knowledge. I just want to clarify it in case it becomes an issue later.
Yeah, it's the English from the village. This is the problem.
Well, I'm giving you an opportunity to clarify it so that it doesn't become an issue when we cross-examine you. So that is why I want to know from you whether you are saying solely because of my role as a police officer and the word primarily is incorrect, or are you saying that there were personal circumstances or personal interactions that I had, not as a police officer necessarily, where I saw or witnessed infiltration?
No, it's what was official when doing my work.
Okay, thank you. You may proceed.
Accordingly, my observation...
You've read that already, don't take us back.
Okay.
You're now
Okay.
at the heading Infiltration of Law
47.
Enforcement by Criminal Syndicates, paragraph 47.
Infiltration of law enforcement by criminal syndicate. I am requested to state whether criminal syndicates have infiltrated or exerted undue influence within the law enforcement agencies, including SAPS, JMPD, TMPD, the NPA, and the State Secret Agency or related entities. Based on my experience in the execution of my official duties, intelligence received from registered sources, crime intelligence reports, information derived from investigated case docket, community intelligence structure, it is my considered professional view that in some instances, criminal syndicates have infiltrated or exerted influence within the law enforcement structure. The phenomenon is not...
Sorry, General, just again, clarification. Why do you use the word registered sources and in bracket informers? Are there sources that are not registered?
Yes. There are sources who does not want to be registered because they say no, sometimes they don't want to be exposed because it happened before. They do this in sense of duty. They don't even want remuneration. They are part of fighting crime and so forth. So there are those who will phone. Others is because maybe they are angry against somebody. Others is law-abiding citizen, not wanting what is happening in their environment. Others are competitors who want to eliminate one from there so that they can have the monopoly of dealing with whatever they are dealing alone.
Okay, so when you say, based on my experience in the execution of my official duties, intelligence received from registered sources, you are then not including intelligence that you would receive from people who don't want to be registered but are still informers of?
Yes, registered sources, they will have a polyphene number as registered informers.
Okay, so there'll be an official some official recording somewhere that they are an informer.
Yes, and we remunerate them for information provided.
So if you're getting information from somebody who's not registered, you don't give that any weight, or?
No, we will ask if you don't want to be registered, if you want to be registered or you want to be rewarded for your information, and then we need to register you. Because we register you, there must be documentation to show where the money comes from, where it must be audited. And then we'll give you a polyphene number, which finance will pay to that particular polyphene number. Nowadays, you can even give us your bank number, we can deposit it into your bank account. No longer coming with the cash to give to you like before we do it.
Okay. You may proceed. 49.
The phenomenon is not recent, isolated, or incidental. It has manifested repeatedly over a sustained period of years across different operational environments, geographic areas. The intelligence trend, disciplinary cases, criminal prosecution, investigative finding, with which I have been involved, indicate a recurring pattern of attempts by organized criminal groupings to compromise individuals within South Africa, officials within the law enforcement agency. While not systemic across entire institution, the persistence of such infiltration attempts to reflect ongoing and evolving threat compromise of individual members. The phenomenon has manifested in offense, including but not limited to the following offenses: drug trafficking, taxi-related violence, gang-related violence, kidnapping for ransom, extortion, including the tender-related extortion, fraud and corruption. In some instances...
Sorry, General, can I just ask, would you include illegal mining there?
Yeah, illegal mining also should be here, because I even have an example of illegal mining to show that this happens. So maybe it's an omission.
No, it's not an omission. I see you say, but not limited to. I just want to know if we could include it.
Yeah, we could include it.
Okay, 51.
In some instances, members of law enforcement, they have acted in consent with criminal groupings by leaking information, manipulating investigation, and abusing the authority. Witnesses are identified by law enforcement and their identities provided to the syndicate. As a result, they are killed, intimidated, and some investigating officers are attacked. In court cases end up struck from court rolls as investigation becomes stagnant, resulting in some of the matters being withdrawn. These activities have resulted in some compromised investigation, intimidating of investigators, failed prosecution, and erosion of public trust. I have encountered such instances during my investigation, including in the following case. By the way of illustration, Hammanskraal case 181 of 6/2018, supposed to be 2013, it's a typo, which concerned the murder of Major General Maswanganya. I served as the lead investigator. The deceased was an off-duty police general, district commissioner of Johannesburg district at the time. He had adopted a zero-tolerance approach to corruption, and he had sustained enforcement operation targeting prostitution networks, drugs trafficking operations, illegal cigarette smuggling within his jurisdiction. Intelligence gathered during the investigation indicated that organized crime syndicate operating in collaboration with compromised individuals within the law enforcement structure perceived him as a significant threat to their criminal enterprise. As a result, contract killers were allegedly engaged to eliminate him. Following the arrest of the perpetrators, the investigation team received credible threats linked to the same criminal networks. Due to the seriousness of the threats, members of the investigative team were required to operate from a safe house under protection measures to safeguard their lives and to ensure the integrity and successful prosecution on the matter. The accused person who were ultimately arrested, convicted, and sentenced in that matter included, inter alia, a serving police officer, a registered police informant, a reservist member of the South African Defence Force, During the course of the trial proceedings, bomb threats were made against the court. Furthermore, certain occasions, information discussed during the internal police briefing was subsequently reflected in the conduct in line with questioning adopted by the defense, giving rise to a reasonable concern that sensitive operational information may have been disclosed or compromised. This development enforced the need for heightened security measures and strict compartmentalization of investigative information, including placement of investigating team in the safe house. The second case as illustration is Polokwane case 70 of 11/2020. The investigation concerned proliferation of tender-related fraud offenses committed at the Lepille Water in Limpopo. That is that big water project. The alleged irregularities involved repeated procurement misconduct, diversion of public funds through service providers and contractors. The scale and persistent irregularities attracted national attention. As a result, the Minister of Waters and Sanitation, Mrs. Lindiwe Sisulu, approached the Minister of Police at the time, who was Minister Qela, requesting intervention in order to address this criminal affected the water utility. Following that request, intervention, members of Gauteng Crime Intelligence, which was led by Brigadier Modise, were tasked to take over the investigation and advance the investigation. Decision to deploy organized crime Gauteng members was operational in nature, aimed at ensuring independence, capacity, integrity in the investigation. Upon assumption of the investigation progress was made in identifying suspects and blocking payments suspected to be linked to the fraudulent contractors. Arrests were effected in connection with the tender-related. As enforcement measures intensified and payments blocked, the matter escalated significantly. Intelligence and investigative findings revealed that individuals believed to be central beneficiaries of the tender scheme allegedly orchestrated the kidnapping of the acting Chief Executive Officer of the Lepille Water. The purpose of the kidnapping was to coerce the acting CEO to authorize payments of previous blocked funds and secure ransom payment. An amount of 2.9 million was ultimately paid under duress, and the providers of the association were with allegedly fraudulent contracts. Subsequent investigation led to the arrest of individuals connected to the kidnapping and tender. Among those implicated was two police sergeants who were allegedly involved in the criminal conduct. One of the police fled and was later reported as deceased, but the other one was arrested. The matter is on court roll at Polokwane High Court as we speak. It illustrates the operational reality that criminal enterprise may exploit and recruit members within law enforcement to facilitate.
No, sorry, General, you skipped a very important paragraph, 67.
Okay.
I don't think intentionally, but you did.
The Lepille, sorry, Commissioner. The Lepille matter demonstrated how organized criminal syndicate, once financially entrenched within public procurement system, may escalate from financial manipulation to violent coercion when confronted with enforcement action. It is further illustrated that the operational reality that criminal enterprises may exploit and recruit members within law enforcement to facilitate, protect fraudulent activities, thereby enforcing the broader pattern of infiltration described above. The matter underscores that infiltration with enforcement structure is confined to information leakage by extent to active participation in serious organized crime, including kidnapping, coercing, linked to public sector procurement. In the taxi violence investigation, there have been instances where police officials were implicated in acting in consent with rival taxi association. In certain matters investigated with Gauteng province, police were arrested for murder and having hired as hitmen in further of tax-related conflicts. Number one, Sergeant Tulani Madida was arrested and prosecuted, subsequently convicted in connection with this offense, is saving life. Sergeant Arnold Magaga was likewise arrested, prosecuted, convicted with murder, charges arising from taxi violence, also serving life sentence. Sergeant Shongwe was also arrested, prosecuted, and in relation with similar offenses. All the above mentioned officials were sentenced substantial terms of imprisonment, currently serving their respective sentences. The matters occurred in Gauteng were investigated by Taxi Violence Unit. They demonstrate that certain environments, infiltration extend beyond passive compromise, may involve active participation by serving officials who in serious crime linked to the organized criminal syndicate.
Before you go on, what do you mean by passive compromise? So you say it extends beyond passive compromise and may involve active participation. What is passive compromise?
Yeah, passive compromise, I wanted to refer to where they are not literally participating or actively participating in the commission of crime, but being those who are facilitating the commission of the crime. Here, they physically went there to shoot people themselves. So they acted themselves, being instrumental in the commission, not as a conduit to the commission.
Just give me an example of that, of a passive compromise. As opposed to active participation.
I said passive
compromise.
Compromise, right. I know that Sergeant Shibiri is the one who's having the two murder cases of the gangster Mr. Oomslech, for example. So, and then I know who is the witnesses who are going to testify. Then I inform Oomslech, and then Oomslech is inside, but he arranges his people outside to eliminate the two witnesses so that there mustn't be a case in court. No witness, then he goes scot-free.
Thank you.
Unlike Oomslech send the police to go and kill the witness.
Understood, thank you.
Yeah.
76 on page 25.
In relation to aiding of arrested suspect in custody to escape, an example here is given of Northwest Province involving illegal mining kingpin who was arrested and allegedly led by the police to run away. And 4 police officers were arrested in connection with this, and the matter is court going. So I think this one was also on the news. So that shows even syndicates who are running this illegal mining, they infiltrate members and they are sometimes escorted with the gold concentrate, which when they are taking it from underground where they are placing it until they take them to the buyers and so forth. Or sometimes they are the buyers. And when they are arrested, they are able to pay their way out and there are people working with.
You mean they are escorted by the police?
Yeah, he was arrested by the police and went out with the police. And he never came back. And later on it was understood that is the main kingpin was given problem there in Stelfontein. A commissioner will remember when the police came to there and there were an operation of extracting them from underground and so forth. So one of the main kingpin was arrested. And the police let him go. And we didn't yet find him now, but they are charged. And I think he's a Lesotho national.
Thank you. 77.
The examples demonstrate that infiltration, where it occurs, is operational and individual in nature rather than institutional capture. That is my observation.
Then the next topic is the nature, extent, and consequences of infiltration and undue influence. Page 25, paragraph 78.
Maybe before you do that, General, if you would just explain what you consider to be institutional capture, what would constitute that?
Institutional capture, it will involve, let's say, for example, a division like ours. Then the senior management, they are the one who are working with these criminals and then giving instruction as to what must happen and monitoring what is happening. If there is a case against that particular person, because they are in a way criminally contracted to them, then they will have to act and ensuring that nothing happens from that case. So, meaning those who are downwards, involuntarily forced to collude by the top management because the hierarchy is captured. And then they capture the ones who are under them and going down like that. So it is like an orchestrated, it's a syndicate within the system created by syndicate outside. Because the way they will start living, it will be like, it is normal what is done. That this one, there will be a case, then he can phone me, and then me, I phone somebody down there, and then until the command that this case, it doesn't go anywhere.
And should we understand your paragraph 77 to mean there is no institutional capture? You're making a positive statement like that, or are you qualifying it to say, in your experience and observations, your view is there is no, you don't have experience of institutional capture without meaning there isn't? Is that what you mean?
Yeah, I don't have experience of institutional capture, but my experience is individuals have been captured. They can form group of two or whatsoever, working in different ways. For example, mostly this happens like this. Highway patrol people, and then, or dog unit, working with certain detectives or crime intelligence who got knowledge to say, there is truck coming with a lot of copper from Zambia. And then they will monitor it is passing Modimule or whatever. They will stop it somewhere and take it, and then they will take the copper. Or this one is carrying lots of money, and this one has got cigarettes where and whatsoever. So they will go together and make as if it's an operation and take it. Sometimes they are sent by one of the syndicate who is working with them. Because he's greedy, he sees now they share too much. There are men who are sharing. So we want to minimize. Then he gets two of his police officers to go and stop and take. He knows where they are sold, and then he'll come and pay them. So it becomes a syndicate to operating like that.
All right, I understand your answer. Thank you.
Thank you, General. The next topic, the nature, extent, and consequences of infiltration and undue influence, paragraph 78.
Based on my operational experience, investigative exposure, and intelligence received during the execution of my duties, the infiltration and undue influence of law enforcement institutions by critical syndicate manifest in identifiable patterns. The nature of such infiltration is seldom overt. It is typical, occurs through gradual compromise of individuals, process rather than formal institutional capture. My experience and criminal syndicate seek to influence law enforcement through the following. They recruit or cultivate of individual members within the law enforcement. They use informants, intermediaries, or associates to obtain privileged information. Attempts to bribe investigators, prosecutors, court officials, and forensic personnel. Monitoring and surveillance of investigators and witnesses. Intimidation, threat, violence directed at investigators and their families. Manipulation of investigative timelines, forensic process, bail proceedings. Utilization of saving for former law enforcement officials to advance criminal enterprise. Lastly, in several investigations referred in these statements, syndicates demonstrated knowledge in investigative steps, court process, operational deployment, which could only reasonably be obtained from internal compromise or unlawful disclosure. From my experience, the phenomenon is neither isolated or confined to a single unit, province, category of crime. The pattern has presented itself across multiple operational environments, including organized crime investigation, taxi violence, tender-related corruption, illegal mining activities, high-profile murder investigation.
Sorry, General, I just want to take you back to two issues that I want you to clarify. On page 25, paragraph 79, I didn't want to interrupt you. You say the nature of such infiltration is seldom overt. It typically occurs through gradual compromise of individuals and processes rather than formal institutional capture. Give me an example of gradual compromise of an individual.
Yeah. Gradual compromise, like you are guarding somewhere, they want to go there, or then they come and propose to you that we give you so much, can you let us pass and go there? Then you accede to that request, and they give you bribe, they pass.
That's how it starts, and they continuously do that, or how does it progress?
Yeah, then they will become used to you. Even if they don't want to enter somewhere, they can give you something. And then sometimes they can phone you and say, we are sending somebody, let him pass. Then when you come back, he'll give you something.
Can you give me an example within your environment, in the investigation detective environment, how one would gradually compromise an investigator, for example?
I don't quite see the gradual in the examples you gave. The people come there, they say, hey, I'm going to give you this, can you let me pass? And you give them that, and they let you pass. Boom, it has happened there instantaneously. I see nothing gradual. But
Okay.
Please respond to the question with particular focus on gradual.
Okay, let me give off one investigating officer investigating drug-related cases. Then somebody is arrested, they charge the person, he takes it to court. Then they say, make a plan for the first time, we'll give you how much. Then the investigator goes to the docket, removes the scale of the drugs. And the statement, number one, how they do it, you find the statement is written by somebody from the crime office, and then he just said, I found him in possession of nyaupe. Knowingly, there is no crime called nyaupe, possession of nyaupe. Obviously, it's not going to be enrolled. Instead of going back and correcting the statement before charging, because they gave him something, he take it to court knowing it is going to be withdrawn. And then one of the statements will indicate that, remember, you must have a reasonable suspicion to arrest somebody for possession. And you cannot go randomly and stop people and search and arrest them for possession of drugs. You must have reasonable suspicion to stop that person and search. And you must request consent first from that person. Even though the person refuses, the law says you can continue doing that because you got reasonable suspicion. Reasonable suspicion cannot be a gut feeling. It will be maybe, for example, somebody told you there is somebody wearing a black suit at the corner is selling drugs to kids. And you see me at the corner, and then I move that other side, then you stop me, and then you say, I've got this information, and then I want to search you. You search me, and then you find the drugs. But the statement of the arresting officer is not clear. The investigator doesn't come and correct those things to say, I got information about this, I saw him, I stopped him, asked consent to search him, I searched him. I found something in a bag like a powder. I asked him, what is this? He said it's cocaine. And then I gave him his right and arrested him and confiscated the cocaine and took him to be arrested. The investigator knows he's going to be withdrawn. Then they will come and give him money, then he release. So it will be a pattern that this group, when they are arrested, they will call him, even if he's not on standby, to come and charge these people to release them because of those. Some they do even on assault. You know, they remove a J88 so that when the prosecutor sees the docket statement is short, then it doesn't enroll. Then when it goes back, then the statement is in there. You go to the complainant, when you get the complaint, they say, no, it was given to the investigating officer, it was there in the docket. But when the docket got to the court, it was removed.
Okay, and then the next one that I want you to just expand on is page 2693.3. You say attempts to bribe investigators, prosecutors, court officials, or forensic personnel. Is that the full extent of the network of bribery? Is it just those people, or could it be any police officers? Because you're just focusing, page 26,
yeah.
79.3.
Oh.
You speak about bribery of investigators. So I wanted to find out from you, are you only aware of bribery of investigators in respect of specific matters? For example, that would make sense to me. But bribery of senior officials that the investigators would be reporting to?
Yeah, so, no, here I was talking about investigators, prosecutors, and court officials and forensic personnel. Senior officers here can be those who are on the payroll, who can manipulate the investigators to do something, but that forms a form of a coercion, because it's not easy to go down and say, they rather take the docket away from that investigator and give the other one, who you know you can control. So it's not easy like that. So usually the senior managers will deal with a senior manager in that particular a space where this member might be reporting to. Because it's not easy for a senior member to go to a junior member and say, do this, can't do this. Because you are not relating. You are not, usually, even if we can go out now. You'll find a lot of prosecutors knows me because I interacted a lot with them. I ran forums with them. Then you'll find out the branch commanders knows me, more especially in Gauteng, because I had weekly meetings with them, checking their performance and doing planning with them. But the members, I can know you by seeing you and even forget their names, because I don't interact with them. So it's not easy. It's not easy, because that is why they target the real people who are having the docket.
So they target the people who have the dockets, which are the investigators, but you saying that it's not easy for an investigator senior to say, I'm taking you off this case, if that senior has been bribed by the syndicate?
Yeah, I'm saying that that can be a possible situation whereby if always take myself. I know Brigadier Hanana in Western Cape. He reports to me. When there is something in Western Cape, I phone him to say, they said there is this case. Can you go and look into it or work on it? They said there is this case. That person have done 1, 2, 3, I don't trust him. Can you remove that docket and give to somebody? Then he will do that. Because whatever I will be saying, he doesn't know if I'm involved in anything. And I'm giving him a lawful instruction. Then he will comply.
Yeah, that's my point. It's not a difficult thing for a senior to say to an investigator, I'm taking you off this matter, go somewhere else. Go and investigate another matter.
But there must be a cause.
Yes, the bribe to the senior.
No, except the bribe. The bribe is there to the senior. The senior to tell that brigadier there must be a cause. Because it cannot be something that you just wake up and say somebody removed the docket. Like I received an email from the minister, from the portfolio committed to the minister, saying a certain docket must be removed from Cape Town to the national cold case. But when I read the docket, I didn't see any reason why it must come there. So I said, no, I've got a cold case investigators in Cape Town who are near Paarl. These ones, why would they investigate? By flight every day. And they don't have informers there. And these people, they've already established a relation with the family and also have something. And there are people of interest working on them. I refused. I wrote a letter back to the National Commissioner to say, based on this reason, this docket won't come here. Instead, I will send the section head from cold case, which was under me that time, Brigadier Gininda, to go there and read the docket and check and give instruction. Every month, you will go there and check the docket. Why must I bring the docket here? Whereas tomorrow, the second week, they will be complaining they never seen the investigator. So I'm just bringing another complaint to my office.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then 79.6...
Sorry, before you leave 79.3, I just want to understand what you mean by court officials so that we don't leave it open-ended. You're not referring to judges and magistrates. Because you remember the section you're talking about infiltration, and you say the attempts to bribe investigators, prosecutors, and then you say court officials.
Yes.
Who are the court officials you are referring to?
Yeah. The court officials here, it will refer to even those who are working in court, like the court orderlies and clerks, but also including the magistrate, the presiding officer, even though it is not rife on them. Where it is rife is the prosecution and investigators because they work together. And we had a case of murder in Brown Mogotsi where I'm having, this is not yet finished, this lady is now about 6 years in witness protection, who was the investigating officer for anti-corruption, where we arrested a prosecutor and that prosecutor was working with investigating officers. So for magistrates, it is rare, but it doesn't mean it doesn't happen. So I didn't have much time to research in the whole, but there is where you'll find they were arrested, like, I can't remember, it was Free State or where, but it's a long time. But it happened. Prosecutors, yes, they get arrested sometimes with the anti-corruption.
Thank you.
General, you may, in answer to Commissioner Khumalo, have answered my question, but just let me ask it anyway. In that 79.3, you speak of attempts. You don't say actual bribes to investigators, prosecutors. The way you have framed it when you say attempts, my question was going to be, does it mean you're not aware of instances of actual bribes to investigators, prosecutors? And you, in your answer, you have spoken about a prosecutor who is being prosecuted.
Yeah, I said attempts because mostly they go through the investigators. Let me remember one case, I think. It was involving me. They went to the prosecutor. The prosecutor now, I think, is in South Gauteng, is an advocate. That time he was a regional court prosecutor in Oberholz. So it was an armed robbery case. I think Mr. Ian Small-Smith was the lawyer. They couldn't get bail. They came with new facts, and I was opposing the bail. Then they went to the prosecutor. The prosecutor referred them to me to work through me. Then I agreed. You said, okay, how much do you have? It's a long time ago. Then they promised 6,000. So our office, you go by steps upwards. So I said, you must come to my office then. You give me the money, I'll give you the docket. Then I put the docket in an envelope. It's only one way to go down. Then my colleagues were waiting for them down there. So after I took the money, they go down, they were arrested. And the prosecutor indicated that, no, I send him to him so that he can get arrested. Yeah.
All I was seeking to clarify, General, is 79. Investigators have been bribed because you speak of attempts. I don't know if you understand the distinction that I'm drawing. So you do have attempts, such as the case that you're describing where you were involved. There was an attempt and they were arrested. And what I'm seeking to clarify is, but you also have had cases where bribes were paid.
Yes.
Yes. All right, thank you. The one that I wanted to get clarification from is 79.1, where you speak of recruitment or cultivation, and the emphasis is on cultivation. What does that mean when you say cultivation of members?
Oh, cultivation means infiltration. You send somebody. You send somebody to the group, befriend them, make as if he's working with them. You start this kind of shenanigans of coming with money, got it there, then the whole team join, and then they start working with you.
So would it be cultivation, that concept of cultivation, can it also reflect in members of syndicates or even just criminals creating relationships with police?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, thank you. And when I say police, I mean across the board. So
Yes.
they may choose to befriend you when in fact the
They
goal
want
is
something,
to, is to corrupt you eventually.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, General. And then just the last one in your 79.6, manipulation of investigative timelines. How does that occur?
Yeah, you see, here is where they keep on procrastinating to get certain statements in order to finalize the investigation. And the investigation now takes time, becomes stagnant, and we find the defense will say, scrap this thing off the court roll because you are wasting our money, the state is never ready. Statement of a person needs to be taken and whatsoever. So the long postponement, which becomes unfair for the accused person to now and then go to court to appear and the matter end up postponed. Then they will withdraw the matter. And some witness, they will lose interest.
And then you also mentioned utilization of serving or former law enforcement officials to advance criminal enterprise objectives.
Is paragraph
79.7.
Yeah. Here is direct involvement where they recruit you because they know you, because of love of money or whatsoever. They send you to do certain things for them, they pay you. So they use them.
But how would former law enforcement officials help them infiltrate if they former law enforcement?
Yeah. Let's say I left the police today. I worked as a head of organized crime. I attended all the meetings, and when we were developing certain strategies, I was at the forefront, including the transnational organized crime. And I work with Interpol and with SADC police. I know where to go, where not to go. If you want to go to Botswana, or where is the entrance, who can we call and whatsoever. So that report is still there. So it's going to be easier for me to go around. So they don't go and target everybody. Somebody will tell you that one knows, and somebody who will tell them that that one knows is somebody from within who is still working.
Okay.
Yeah. So again they see, okay, you are out, and how is your life? Are you? If you are miserable, it will be easy to be taken in. So law enforcement who's got experience and whatever. That is why when planning for these CITs, most of them, they are there. When you arrest, that is why you find them there, because they know. They know to time these things. They know when the radio starts, it will be what and what. What do they do?
Okay, thank you, General. Then you can continue at paragraph 81 on page 27.
The extent of problem reflected in instances where 7 police officers were arrested and convicted, implicated as participants in organized crime activity. Investigators required relocation to the safe house due to credible threat. Court proceedings were infiltrated by individuals linked to accused person for purpose of intimidation and monitoring. Investigative teams experienced persistent attempts to bribe and influence. Suspects were assisted to evade justice through insider facilitation. This experience demonstrates that infiltration operates at the level of individuals embedded with system rather than through formal institutional endorsement. The consequences of such infiltration are severe, far-reaching operational infiltration, compromise investigation, endangers investigators and witnesses, undermines prosecutorial process, creates fear with investigative team, enables organization crime to operate, increased confidence, erodes public trust in enforcement institution. In extreme cases, the consequences have included targeted killing of law enforcement officials, perceived as threat to criminal enterprise, the need for investigators to operate under protection, sustained attempt to corrupt judicial outcome. The accumulative effect is not merely individual corruption, but institutional vulnerability, where organized crime, criminal group attempts to neutralize law enforcement capacity from within.
Thank you, General. Now we get to the specific allegations or implications against you. The first one is you address the nature of relationships and details of communication on WhatsApp or Signal with listed persons. And you start at 85.
Maybe before you do that, General, in your paragraph 81.5, 81 rather, you don't mention among the instances where you say the problem is reflected, you give examples. You don't mention, and I would like to hear your comment about this. You don't mention, for example, loss of exhibits. We've had General Sinona testifying about the loss of drugs that were seized in a drug bust, and he was insistent in his testimony that it had to be an inside job. It had to be somebody who knew that place. So we've got a senior member of the police who says that. And on the second one, you can correct me if my facts are incorrect. I seem to recall that the Al Road drug bust also has issues about the drugs having been misplaced or something. I seem to recall that. You can correct me if I'm wrong. But also, as a member of the public, there's been who reads the media and listens to the news. There's been instances reported of exhibits that were under police control, having been lost through a break-in at a police station or where material is kept and gotten lost. The fact that you don't mention that, is it because you don't have that kind of experience? You don't consider that to be one of the issues?
Thank you, Commissioner. I know about them, but they are not under my environment. So hence I said I will talk about my experiences other than talking about something I heard and I don't have facts. Yeah.
But by virtue of your position, by virtue of being a member of the SAPS,
yes,
you are aware that
there are those
kind of
that
reported
drugs,
cases.
drugs were stolen and whatsoever. And that one of Al Road, the drugs were not stolen. So the police wanted to take the drugs.
I see.
The other police came and arrested them.
Okay.
And then that is where the fight is.
Okay.
And then they said, no, we were doing our job, you came and arrested us, it's defeating the ends of justice. So hence they ended open case against Khan and Kadwa and Brigadier Skove.
Okay. No, thank you for the correction.
So that one, I know of the ones in KZN where a lot was stolen somewhere in Pretoria. We also, my team went to intercept a drug consignment at the harbor there. But unfortunately, they couldn't get the suspect because they were tipped off. But there was a lot of drugs. What we did, we called forensic and we took the drugs back to Pretoria to the lab because we knew when you take it somewhere, it will get lost. So we made such a precaution. But even though lots of people were not happy to say, you come to my province, you take this and you do this, you take them. Yeah, you stole the drugs. But the drugs were intact, were put on scales and whatsoever, and taken to the forensic where there is storage for that. Because even the National Commission, I remember once he approached us and said, can you come up with a legislature of disposal of these drugs? Because in Brazil, they're destroying them immediately before even the case end up at court. We said, no, but we need to sit down with NPA because we can't do it alone. And find out a way to say where can we make a change and say if we found such drugs, we remove some quantity and then we test and then we destroy the rest, because if we don't do that, they go back to the street again.
Thank you, General.
Thank you, Commissioner. General, page 28, paragraph 85, where you deal with the nature of your relationship and details of communication on WhatsApp or Signal with listed persons.
I wish to firstly state that I do not use Signal platform. I do not have an active Signal app or account, or have utilized Signal on either my work or my personal cell phone. My primary means of communication are my SAPS issued cell phone and my personal cell phone, both of which they utilize WhatsApp. As stated in my response to the Commission Rule 10.6 notice, for the sake of completeness with regard to WhatsApp messages, I shall repeat my response hereby submit that on the 8th of February 2025, my Samsung Z Fold 5.
Please don't read the number into the record.
Okay. Was stolen at Loftus Stadium in Brooklyn, Pretoria, while attending a soccer match between Sundowns and Pirates, where my team lost.
Do you suspect Pirates fans?
No, we lost together. I'm Pirate too.
So you suspect Sundowns fans?
Yes. At the time of the incident, the cellular phone was in my trousers pocket and went missing and was stolen at the main entrance. Immediately upon discovering that I could not find it, I suspected theft and contacted the Vodacom call center, reported the incident to block the SIM card, and ITC reference number was issued to me as number 423.
You don't have to give the number.
Okay.
Just that the device was blocked.
All right.
Paragraph 89.
I further acted promptly to contacting Absa Bank to suspend my cell phone banking facility in order to prevent any misuse of my banking applications or related. I did not open a criminal case in relation to the suspected theft. During March 2025, I purchased a replacement cellular phone and continued using the same number, meaning I've done the SIM swap. My intention was to restore my contacts and my WhatsApp messages. Regrettably, WhatsApp messages could not be retrieved as they had not been backed up on my cloud storage. That functionality had not been activated at the time the device was stolen. During 25 April, my second cellular phone bearing number required an update on WhatsApp application. Following the update, device overheated and became non-functional. The phone was taken to Vodacom, where it was assessed and restarted after it was determined that the system had crashed. As a consequence of the reset, all restored messages on the device were permanently lost. No backup existed. As a result of the above, all WhatsApp messages stored on my devices became irretrievable. To the best of my recollection, I do not recall receiving or sending messages to Mr. Matlala after the phone was repaired. In further...
Sorry, General, can we just clarify? You say, to the best of my recollection, I do not recall receiving or sending WhatsApp messages to Mr. Matlala after the phone was repaired. You're referring to the one that overheated and was non-functional?
Yeah.
And is that your...
079, my official.
You don't have to say the number. Is that your SAPS number or your home number?
My SAPS number.
The SAPS number.
Yeah.
Had you received or sent WhatsApp messages to Mr. Matlala on your personal number?
Yes.
During this period?
Yes.
Continue.
I further confirm that in the ordinary course of managing device storage, I periodically delete non-essential messages in order to maintain storage capacity and device functionality. This practice is normal and prevalent among cellular phone users. It was not undertaken with any intention to conceal information. In a continued effort to comply with the Commission's request, on the 30th of January, I contacted Lieutenant Colonel, should I mention the name?
You don't have to.
Yeah, of the Cybercrime Unit to inquire whether deleted messages could be recovered from my devices. I was advised that the recovery was not possible under the circumstances, particularly in the light of absence of cloud backup and loss of the original device. The Colonel further informed me that DPCI has an arrangement with Fabric, which may have limited technical capabilities in relation to the message recovery. Acting at this advice, I contacted a certain individual in Fabric for assistance. And on the 31st of January 2026, I was advised that after consultation with the technical team, message could only be retrieved if they had been archived or backed up on the cloud, and that only limited number of deleted messages may be recoverable, subject to applicable time constraint. Then I further contacted Sergeant Kosi whether he remained in possession of relevant messages. He informed me that they were retrieved from his seized cell phone device, which are currently in possession of the Commission. In addition, I formally requested itemized billing in November for my private phone at Vodacom, and I attached the proof thereof. But the itemized billing of these phones, which are pay-as-you-go, they are not readily available. And when they were supposed to provide, they say they don't give a second party's number. So I just paid something like 2,800 for nothing because I couldn't get any information, usable information from it.
And sorry, just for the record, which number are we talking about, the personal or the SAPS?
Personal one.
Personal.
No, the state one, I have the itemized billing, but it shows only the outgoing calls, not the incoming.
Okay.
But no messages either. It will show that you phoned on this time and whatsoever. In response to the question contained in the summons, the nature of my relationship, details of my communication conducted via WhatsApp and Signal, any other electronic message platform with person below, I set out my response individually as set out below. For completeness, I address the origin of relationship, the context within my interaction occurred, the nature of extent of electronic communication exchange. Unless otherwise indicated, such communications were informal, social, or work-related within ordinary professional engagement and did not involve the disclosure of classified information, operational strategy, or confidential investigative material. I further record that my responses are confined to matters within my personal knowledge and recollection. Then I start with, on the summons, they wrote Vusi Ndlala. I know him as Vusi Abednego Makuela, not Vusi Ndlala. I know Vusi Ndlala, who is known as Vusi Abednego Makuela. I was introduced to him during 2019 by my friend and colleague, the late Brigadier Rahman, who at the time served as a provincial head, Gauteng Organized Crime Investigation. Brigadier Mudisa informed me that Mr. Vusi Makuela was assisting him in relation to certain investigations, and further indicated that he was regarded as a reputable traditional healer, of which I confirm I've seen the certificate.
Did Brigadier Mudisa tell you what the nature of the assistance was?
Yeah, it was providing information on cases which he was investigating, which he was following up.
In what manner exactly would he ask him to what? Do a divination of what had happened, who the suspects were, or how exactly would the assistance manifest?
Yeah, like I know Miss Mulwandwa. She's got capability. She knows a lot of people in a lot of circles where we were doing investigations. So maybe I'm afraid to say what type of investigations because I don't want to.
You see, in my language, there's something called ukubhula. So you go to a traditional healer and you ask them,
No. No, it was not like that one. It was like information, like you get from the source, who knows what happened. Gula, yes, we were going for
Gula,
something.
not Gula. BHU, B for boy, H for hotel, U.
That one, Commissioner, that one, it was personal one, not about the work. About the work, it was information or intelligence related to do with the work of the cases he was dealing with.
Oh, based on information that Mr. Makubela would be having.
Yes.
Oh.
Yeah.
As an ordinary person now, not so much as a traditional healer.
Yeah.
Oh, all right.
Yeah, as a traditional leader, we'll go to his house.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
As a registered source?
What I can tell you, it was a registered source before I knew now, of crime intelligence. And I think the matter is in the High Court where they are suing each other. He's suing
Sorry,
them.
do we want to disclose that information? I'm not comfortable disclosing who registered sources are because it may place them in danger. Maybe let's just leave that one, if you don't mind.
Okay.
You may continue 105.
At the time, I was serving as a colonel at the National Head Office. Following introduction, I met Makubela again at his residence in Midrand. Thereafter, I visited his residence on several occasions. And during the 2020 COVID-19 pandemic, we used to fetch some traditional remedies from his house in Midrand to help treat or limit chances of contravening the corona. So he was making those concoctions. When I knock off duty, I'll pass there and get my bottle then to go and go home. So those visits occurred both official and personal contacts. The official visits were in connection with matters that Brigadier Mrisa had indicated and Mr. Makubela was assisting with, while the other visits were social.
Perhaps let's take the adjournment now and resume at 2 p.m.
Thank you, Chair.
Let's adjourn.
Living wealthier is about experiencing more of the world. With Standard Bank Private, you get access to travel and lifestyle benefits and the cheapest forex rates from Shift. Live a wealthier life with exclusive travel discounts. Grow your money around the world with our reward.
All right, it's 13:59. We're ready to start. Please make sure that your cell phones are off.
Yes, Ms. Sigels Ngcobe.
Thank you, Chair. General, can you just switch on your microphone? We were on page 33 at paragraph 106.
I have no idea what to suggest, but I was thinking of a strategy to make sure that we finish the statement today. But as I say, I have no idea on what possible strategy. But we don't want, of course, to curtail the general.
Chair, there is some considerable duplication towards the end of about 4 or 5 pages where the general repeats the same allegations that is made but under a different topic. So I'm still confident that we can finish today while the sun is still up.
I repeat again, General, I'm not saying that to suggest that we want to curtail you in your testimony. That's the last thing we would do. Yes, Ms. Sigels Ngcobe.
Thank you, Chair. General, you were dealing with your communication with Mr. Makubela, Usi Makubela, at 106. I'm so confident that we can finish. While the sun is still up.
I repeat again, General. You should log off before you come in, General.
I see it's been confiscated.
Yes.
You may proceed. You're speaking at 106 about the visits between yourself and Mr. Makubela. You say that they were both social and personal context.
Yes.
You may continue. Yeah.
Just before you read 106, you're proceeding to 107. Was 106?
We are on 106.
106,
Chair.
all
Yes.
right.
Those visits occurred in both official and personal contexts. The official visits were in connection with matter that Brigadier Mdisa had indicated, and Mr. Makubela was assisting with, while other visits were of social nature. Following the
Sorry, General. At this stage, were you already at head office?
Yeah, I was at the head offices before I went to the province as a brigadier. I was still a colonel here. Mudise was a brigadier.
Oh, but you were at head office?
Yeah, I was at the head office organized crime.
Okay. Yes. All right. Okay. All right, let me leave it.
Following the passing of Brigadier Mudise, Mr. Makwela and I continued with our personal acquaintance. From time to time, we would exchange information relating to general work-related matter, where I needed his assistance for any information he might have in a broad and non-operational sense. Our interaction on WhatsApp were predominantly social in nature, consisting largely of checking each other, sharing jokes, exchanging commentary on local affairs drawn from social media, and occasionally forwarding crime-related stories reported in the media, including News 24. However, sometimes after the passing of Brigadier Herman Mudise, my interaction with Mr. Ndala reduced significantly, and we eventually lost contact for a period. We reconnected during 2023 when we encountered each other at a social event. Thereafter, communication resumed between us, including occasional text messages and WhatsApp. From time to time, I will...
General, before you carry on, in paragraph 107, right at the end of that, no, don't go back. The page where you are now, at page 34, right at the end of that paragraph, where you say, when I needed his assistance for any information he might have in a broad and non-operational sense. What is that? What is broad and non-operational sense?
Yeah, for example, I will be asking about the name of a certain person whom I inquire because must be linked to something which I'm probing. And then I will ask him, or name of somebody not related to the investigation or related to the investigation, I could ask him. If he knows, he will inform me to say he knows the guy, he stays where, he's the one who does what and what. Because, yeah, he knows a lot of people, and hence where he was working with me this.
And is that kind of information what you ordinarily would pay an informer for? Well, please keep in mind, I don't quite understand yet, I suppose, the difference between an informer. I think there's a difference between an agent and an informer. But is this the kind of information you would pay for?
Some were supposed to be paid for, but between me and him, there was no information which I ever paid for.
Okay. So the SAPS would not have a record. Your answer means the SAPS would not have a record of your interactions with Mr. Ndlala as relates to your job, your functions?
No.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. You can go to 109.
109. For the time to time, I would pass by his residence. On certain occasion, he would invite me when he was hosting an event or function at his house. I would similarly extend invitation to him for social occasion. These interactions were informal, social in nature, and did not revolve around operational or investigative matters. During 2024, the course of 2024, Mr. Ndara informed me that he is spending most of his time at his younger brother's boutique hotel situated in Northcliffe, as he was assisting in managing the establishment. He indicated that the hotel was not yet fully operational at the stage. I visited the hotel of social interest, observed that there was a private lounge within the premises. I inquired whether I could bring some of my friends to the private lounge area for social entertainment purposes, and I was informed that this would be permissible. Thereafter, on occasion, I attended the venue with friends to unwind and watch soccer and spend time in a more private environment. The purpose of attending the venue was recreational. It was not utilized as a platform for operational planning, investigative meetings, strategic discussion relating to SAPS matters. Where friends accompanied me, they were there in social capacity. No official briefing were conducted, no case-sensitive information was discussed. No investigative decisions were taken at the venue. My attendance at the hotel, its private lounge, was purely for social relaxation. I did not intersect with any official responsibility. When I required information of a general nature from him, I would inquire whether he had any information of this at his disposal relating to a specific incident. Such inquiries were informal, exploratory in nature, and did not involve the disclosure of confidential operational details, classified information, strategic investigation planning, privileged content. Mr. Makuwela did not have access to SAPS systems, case dockets, intelligence database, restricted briefings. Any information that required formal verification will be processed through appropriate crime intelligence or investigative channel in accordance with South African police protocols. At no stage I outsource investigative authority, compromise operational integrity, rely on unofficial channels in place of formal process. I'm aware that the social setting, particularly those frequented by members of law enforcement, may create perception if not properly contextualized. Therefore, state clearly that the Villa Inspire Hotel and its private lounge were not utilized by me as a venue to influence subordinates, cultivate information, conduct unofficial operations. My attendance was recreational and personal. We were members of SAPS or acquaintances who happened to be in law enforcement accompanied me. They did so on their personal capacity, not pursuant to instruction, operation directive, or expectation of professional engagement. I did not summon junior officers to the venue, nor did I create any environment where investigative matters were to be discussed formally outside official channels. No case docket were brought to the venue. No confidential briefings were conducted there. No evidence was reviewed there. No strategic or operational decisions were taken there. No person present was granted access to privileged information by virtue of being present at the settings. My role as a senior officer requires that I maintain professional boundaries. I did not blur those boundaries by converting a social environment into an operational space. Any investigative matter requiring discussion was addressed through formal meetings at official premises and via authorized communication channels. The social interaction occurred at the Villa Inspire Hotel were precisely that, social interactions. They did not intersect with influence, compromise my official functions. I preferred the place as it felt safe and private when not fully occupied. On Saturdays, the 25th of May 2024, in Pretoria, I attended a meeting with the Divisional Commissioner Detective Service and the Deputy National Commissioner Crime Detection with the Chinese police attaché to South Africa to discuss spate of kidnappings of Chinese nationals. After the meeting, I passed by 12 on Hilal Villa in Spa, where I found Mr. Visma Kubera in the company of a friend called Mavusa, Vusi's colleague Mdu, an unknown male and a lady. Visma Kubera introduced me to the two as police officers. They were seated at the private lounge also. I joined them and ordered a drink. I had grown familiar to the place because I frequented it. I played some music on the Bluetooth speaker using my phone. Later on, we were joined by witness A and B.
That must be corrected. Witness B must be corrected in your statement. You said Sergeant Ndlela.
So it's witness A.
And
no, not witness A and Sergeant Ndlela. Yes.
Yes.
Please. I remembered them from the meeting that was held in my office on the 16th of May 2024. But even before the meeting, before meeting them formally at my office, their faces were familiar. They used to submit itineraries at my office for signing off whilst I was working at the Gauteng province office. On one occasion...
Sorry, General, before you go to 120, please remember not to mention witness A's number in that, a name in that paragraph 120. I had asked you to please delete it if you can do that now before you read it. But also before we get to 120, if I can ask you to go back to 119. At the end of it, you say, Mr. Makubela introduced the two as police officers. They were seated at the private lounge. So you're saying there was an unknown male and female who were police officers?
Yes.
Okay.
So they became four when witness A and Lela arrived.
And the two, the male and the female, who you don't know their names?
No, I don't know their names.
Okay. You can now do 120.
They were introduced as police. I forgot the name to say who's who. Yeah. I can go to 120 now. On one occasion, Sergeant Lela and witness A arrived at the hotel in the company of two ladies and one male. They brought with them a cooler box containing liquor. When Mr. Vusma Kubela introduced them to me, I remarked to him jokingly why he had not informed me that he was opening a police station, as there were now 4 police officers present. Our prior understanding had been that when we used the lounge, when there were no bookings, and when there were no bookings, and that we would not be sharing the space with other persons.
General, can I just get some clarification? At paragraph 120, you say on one occasion. Are you speaking about an occasion other than than 25 May 2024? If you go to the previous paragraph, paragraph 118, you say on Saturday 25 May 2014, you attended and then you went to Hilo. And there is where you found the unknown male and lady, and then witness A and Ndlela joined, right? And then there were 4 officers. Then at 120, you say on one occasion, Ndlela and witness A arrived at the hotel. Is this now on a different day to 25 May?
Yeah, it was the same day. It was the same day, and when we were discussing making changes, I thought the change has been made there because I have seen it and said it will suggest that it's another day. It is the same day.
Yeah, the change has not been made on the revised statement that I have, but you can clarify that now. So where you say on one occasion, it shouldn't be on one occasion. We're still talking about 25 May,
Yes.
2024.
Yeah.
And so when they arrived there, they arrived with 2 ladies and 1 male individual.
Yes.
Okay, who were not police officers to your knowledge.
Yeah, because the ones which were introduced to me as police officers was Ndlela and Witness A. And those other 2 whom they found there, whom already were introduced to me as police officers. So hence I'm saying there were 4 police officers. Those are the one. The other lady and female were not police officers.
Okay, thank you. You may proceed. At 121.
Mr. Vusimakubela responded by saying, Ibafana bami, meaning they are my boys, and indicated that if I had an issue, they could go and sit elsewhere. I asked Mr. Vusi why he called them that and what was their business with him, but I didn't get a definitive answer from him. I hope he will get an opportunity to provide clarity on their association with Makwela. I, however, indicated that it was acceptable for them to sit there. I continued playing music. After some time, I left the area. I'm not aware of the party taking place. On the 31st of May 2025, after knocking off, I think it was on a Friday, because, yeah, I remember this one because on the 30th, I just arrived from Zambia, from SADC, Transnational Organized Crime.
And I think you mean 31 May 2024, isn't it?
Yeah, it's 2024.
Continue.
After knocking off duty, I telephoned Lieutenant General Mtombe to inquire where he was so that I could join him, as it was Friday, and we would occasionally meet and unwind on Friday, because Saturdays, all Saturdays he's working Operation Chanel. That time was still, I think it was Okaimula. So that is the only one which made me to agree to go and work at the office, because I was working every day. You don't rest with that one. So on Friday, when we have time, we could meet. I proposed that we meet at the Villa and Spa Hotel at Northcliffe to catch up and relax. We agreed to meet there. While we were at the hotel lounge, Brigadier Nkwashu telephoned to inquire about our whereabouts. I informed him that we were at the hotel in Northcliffe. He indicated that he will join us and later joined us.
Sorry, General, can I just ask, is it Commissioner Nkwashu? You say Brigadier. Who did he call? Did he call you or did he call the Provincial Commissioner?
I think he called me. Okay. I can't remember, but he usually called one of us, but I think he called me.
You can start with 124. So he said that he would join you at the
villa.
And then 124?
Yeah. While seated at the lounge area, I noticed Sergeant Lela I
Just
see,
for,
I
yeah.
see that there's a witness A which must be removed.
It should be deleted, yes.
Yeah, must be
Sergeant
deleted.
Ndlela is not witness.
Yeah.
Yes.
I noticed Sergeant Ndlela through a glass door coming up the stairs from the parking area, accompanied by a lady. I immediately called Vusi Makubela and informed him that I could see one of his boys coming upstairs with a lady, and that they were not going to come and sit with us at the lounge. And then Vusi Makubela indicated that he would ask them to sit in another area. He proceeded outside to speak to them, and they did not come and sit with us at the lounge. After some few minutes, I observed them returning towards the parking area.
General, what is your relationship with Brigadier Nkwashu? If it's coming later on, you can leave it for later. But if you want to tell us now, does he work with you or are you just friends? What is the relationship between you and him?
I can say it, but I think it is coming. But Brigadier Nkwashu, we worked a long time together. He was working at a vehicle investigation unit in Johannesburg, and I was the branch commander in Florida. And then he went to work at the province, and I was still a branch commander. He's playing soccer. Sometimes we will play against each other as the police. But we became close when he became a station commander in Beggersdal, because my wife was a branch commander in Beggersdal. So as a result, we could visit each other's functions, funerals, and whatsoever. And for that matter, he comes from Tzaneen, I'm from Tzaneen. Even though he's coming from different direction area, he's coming from Juliusburg. You pass Mark, I'm coming from Mawa, you turn to Mami, but he's in Tzaneen, all of it. So we became close, like friends, but we call ourselves boot, like brothers.
I think that the point I wanted to get was in 2024, your relationship with him was not professional in the sense that he reported to you or you reported to him. It was more friendship than a professional relationship.
Yes, he worked in Tshwane as acting district commissioner, and then was transferred to the VAL at Shibiri. He became acting until they promote a district commissioner, though he became a deputy, and I think he built a house, he stayed in that side, because he was staying in Rodiport. So we're in West Rand, all of us. So we meet occasionally weekends as friends to drink, not work-related or whatsoever. So in terms of reporting, was reporting to the district commissioner and then to the PC. And then I can also explain the one of General Mtumbi.
No, I think you've answered me, unless the evidence leader wants you to deal with that relationship.
Okay.
You may continue, General.
I'm in 125.
Yes.
Mr.
You said you've dealt with 125, you're at 126 at the time, those present.
Okay. At the time, those present in the lounge were myself, Lieutenant General Mtumbeni, Mr. Vusi Makubela, Mr. Mavuso, Brigadier Nkwashu with his two friends whom he came with, and a friend of Makubela known as Molf, who's owning a security company. Two other males who were friends of Vusi also were there, and two ladies. And there was no party taking place, so it was friends sitting.
And then just before you read 127 again, if you can delete witness A's name before you read.
I can delete who?
Witness A's name in 127, so that you don't inadvertently say it.
I later learned from Mr. Mr. Vusi Makubela, that Sergeant Ndlela and Witness A often visit the hotel during lunch hours.
Okay, we now move on to Sergeant F.E. Nkosi.
My relationship with Sergeant F.E. Nkosi has been primarily work-related, but we get along very well, and I consider him as part of my family, more so like my younger brother and a friend. We have, throughout our work relationship, become very close, even to our respective families. When my mother passed on, he attended the funeral in Zanin. I first met him during 2016 when I was transferred to organized crime investigations. At the time, we worked closely within the serious and violent crime investigation section, where I exercised oversight responsibilities, including inspections, performance, supervision. Our professional relationship developed within that context. I acted as his commander and the mentor in the performance of his duties. Sergeant Nkosi performed part of a team that reported to me operationally during that period. He would frequently attend to my office to seek advice and guidance relating to the investigation under his control, and I will ask him in accordance with supervisory responsibility. Morning reporting sessions were conducted where his team would brief me on progress on their respective matters. This reporting structure remained until October 2019, when I was promoted to the rank of brigadier in Gauteng province. I rejoined the organized crime investigation component during December 2018. At that stage, Sergeant Nkosi was still attached to organized crime section, especially anti-gang investigation. During that period, he was also working closely with Brigadier Rahman, who was leading the Special Operation Investigation Team, reporting under the Office of the Deputy National Commissioner. My supervisory interaction with Sergeant Nkosi occurred within this broader command and reporting framework. Even after my relocation...
Can I just understand that last part? Does it mean you were not his direct superior, supervisor directly?
No.
So he reported to somebody else directly?
Yeah.
Okay.
But on the strength of the structure, I was falling under organized crime. Under section anti-gang, there is a brigadier who is in charge. But when I arrived, the arrangement was he was working mostly with Brigadier Rahman. Brigadier Rahman, as I indicated before, he was the one who was contracted after when went on retirement. He was given 2 years. So they formed a special team operating under the office of the DNC to attend for special cases where the DNC is receiving cases. You'll remember when I started, I indicated that it was not here with you, it was yesterday, consultation. Yeah, I indicated that the DNC's via, his wish was we should have a sort of crash team or a strong team whereby if something happens in Northwest, we can go in there to assist Northwest and quell the situation and go somewhere where there is a problem, because he was receiving a lot of complaints from the minister or the deputy ministers or the community at large. Yeah, because I can remember there was this lady from Rustenburg. Yeah. She will phone day and night, but the son was killed. We know the suspect will go the warrant, but he fled to Mozambique. He's a Mozambican, and we have put him on the red notice, but you know they don't use passports, and Mozambique tried to go and visit there, we don't get, but they don't understand that we don't have jurisdiction to go in there ourselves and search. So she will phone every night. Now, I inherited that complaint from him, so I know. So that was his wish, to say we must have a. That is why if everything happens, he will say, Shibiri, get a strong team and go to Eastern Cape and sort out this thing. I said, where do I get this team? Man, I go home and fetch my kids because we don't have anything. The DIFCOM also will do the same. Shibiri, get a strong team and go there. That is how it's frustrating. If something cannot be done at the provinces, then they phone head office, then you have to act. And our people believe when they phone somebody with a rank, something will happen. So, and they like that. They got your number, they will phone you forever, and they pass it to another one. So it becomes a chain.
Okay. 131.
Even after my relocation and subsequent promotion, Sergeant Kosi would from time to time send greeting messages to me via WhatsApp. These communications were formal, informal, and cordial in nature, occasionally related to work-related inquiries, particularly where the members have the same working-related WhatsApp groups. Outside such interaction, our exchanges did not involve dissemination of classified information, confidential material, and sensitive policing intelligence. The content of communication generally consisted of discussion concerning matter already in public domain, including commentary on current affairs related through social media, observation relating to trends and public updates regarding arrest, operational success already known within policing environment, at the time expressions of professional frustration, commentary concerning negative public perception of the South African Police Service. At no stage did my WhatsApp communication with Sergeant Koza involve improper sharing of privileged case information, identification of informants, sources, operational plans, investigative strategies, strategic deployment decision. The relationship between us remained strictly professional and established command structure was characterized by mentorship, guidance, ordinary professional side consistent with senior-junior interaction in the South African Police. I have further noted testimony before commission in which Sergeant Kosi was questioned regarding certain WhatsApp communication that I had shared with involving Mr. Vus Matlala and reference to Musa Kaula. The manner in which this communication were characterized before the commission consists a misinterpretation and misinterpretation of true factual position of which I consider necessary to clarify. Interaction arose when Mr. Matlala contacted me, narrated that he believed he was being subjected to an attempted extortion. He informed me that a person identifying himself as a journalist had communicated with him, indicating that information concerning Mr. Matlala's private life was allegedly being supplied to Mr. Musa Kaula for publication on social media platform, and that payment was being demanded, implied in exchange of preventing such publication. Mr. Matlala forwarded me screenshots of communication exchanged between himself and the individual who identified himself as the journalist. And I think even this Annexa RSB, it does not belong here. On the corrected version, it won't be here. This belongs to the complaint regarding Katis.
Yes, it's been deleted from the revised version.
Those
So
communications.
what annexure did you want to refer to here then?
No annexure.
No,
Chair.
no, no.
No annexure.
Yeah, it was put here.
Can you at
incorrect.
least give us a date since there are no longer annexures? The date of this interaction. Remember the month and the year?
Yeah, it was September 2024.
Yes.
I think maybe when maybe the questions comes on the WhatsApp, it will appear. But I think it was on the 17th. The reason I remembered when I was checking the WhatsApp, on the 16th, I flew to Kimberley. I was in the panel for shortlisting a brigadier post, and on the 17th I had to come back. And there was raining, and the flight, I came back late. And Wednesday, the 18th, I was traveling to Limpopo. So I remember it was on the 17th.
That's correct, Commissioner. It's 17 September 2024.
Yes.
You can continue where you say those communications were not.
Those communications were not conversation between myself and Mr. Matlala. No, were they communications involving me directly. The content reflected discussion between Matlala and the said individual, including indications that purported journalists claimed to be engaging with Mr. Musa Kaula, attempting to persuade him not to publish the material in question.
Sorry, did you not want to say those conversations were not between you and Mr. Kaula? Because it's Mr. Matlala who told you that there's a problem. So the conversation would be between you and Matlala. When you say here, those communications were not between myself and Mr. Matlala, do you not mean between yourself and Mr. Kaula? Or am I misunderstanding something?
Yeah, I think I meant to say what I wrote, because it was not conversation between me and Mr. Matlala. Mr. Matlala forwarded me, what do they call it, screenshot of what he was discussing with somebody, that journalist, and what the journalist said to him and what he said to him. So he was communicating me the whole communication between himself and that journalist, who was trying to extort money from him, saying he's talking to Kaula so that to get the money, Kaula must publish whatever. But you can see on that particular thing, it's already posted, it's already published. And then, yeah. So I'm saying this because when it was said here, I heard the evidence leaders were saying, it's me speaking to Kaula on behalf of Matlala, and that is why I want to clarify that I don't...
Hence my question, General, because the person speaking in the WhatsApps was referring to Mr. Kaula as Chomi.
Yeah.
And I understand that you want to clarify that you would never call him that, so that's not you in those
No,
WhatsApps.
it's not. Yes, it's not me.
Yes.
Yeah, it's not me. I don't know him. I never met him. I don't have his number. He doesn't have my number. And I don't use the name Chomi. Yes. I never used that one.
So we've clarified that. Thank you. You can move on.
Yes. Upon receiving this information, I advised Mr. Matlala that if he believed himself to be a victim of extortion or intimidation, the appropriate course of action would be to open a criminal case with the South African Police Service. And as Sergeant Kosi was geographically closer to Mr. Matlala and operationally positioned to assist, I forwarded the material to Nkosi solely for the purpose of enabling him to assist Matlala in reducing a statement to writing, facilitating opening a formal criminal case. Sergeant Kosi subsequently informed me that Mr. Matlala had indicated that he had elected to refer the matter to his legal representative for advice and handling. No further involvement arose from my side thereafter.
Sorry, General, how did Sergeant Nkosi inform you about what Mr. Matlala was going to do, telephonically or via message?
How did he?
Inform you. In paragraph 137, Sergeant Nkosi subsequently informed me that Mr. Matlala had indicated that he elected. How did he inform you?
I can't remember, but we talked on the 13th, or on the 18th, telephonically and on WhatsApp on the 13th. But I think that we spoke, and also physically, because what was happening, I gave Nkosi my tire, my wheel to take somewhere to fix, because on the 14th, when I was going to the party there by General Shibiri, I had a puncture. I even phoned him, he said he was out, he was not there. I phoned the driver, also was not there. I have to phone APSA, I direct to come and assist me. So we found that the wheel has bent a bit. So he said there is a place whom we know in Pretoria West. I gave it to him. And then we were supposed to meet so that he can give me the spare wheel because I was going to Limpopo. And we met at Ford because I also took it for service, at Ford Garage in Randfontein. That is where I even gave him my claim forms for my itineraries because I was coming from on the 12th. I came from China, and I have to send in to our finance my claim so that it can be captured. Because if it's not captured within certain days, then they create a debt against you. Then they just take it from your salary. So we met also on the 18th. I'm not sure he told me telephonically or when we met.
Okay, thank you.
General, in that paragraph 136, where you advised Mr. Matlala to open a criminal case, was this telephonically? Was it on WhatsApp?
No,
was it in person?
No, it was telephonically. Remember, even before sending this message, he phoned me. Then I said, send me the message so that I can see, because what you are telling me, I'm unable to advise, to say what should you do.
Yes.
So after sending me this, that is when I phoned back and said, go and open a case, and then we will do entrapment for whoever wants this money. And then he asked me to say, hey, I'm still busy somewhere. Is Nkosi around? Can he come and help me? I said, I don't know. I will send him the message and tell him, I'm far away. If he can, then. If he can't, still go to the police station. They will be able to assist. Then they will find the people dealing with extortions. They will come and take the docket from there because I know it is investigated at the provincial level.
Is he calling you in your capacity as a friend or what? Because he could have just gone to the nearest police station. In what capacity was Mr. Matlala reaching out to you?
Yeah, I will say he called me because he knows me. And as I said before, people who knows senior people or been in their circle, they feel even a small thing that if they phoned that senior person, it will happen fast or something will happen. But I can say he phoned because he knows me. And as I said before, he will phone seeking for advice, nothing else, or greeting, because we meet seldom. In a year maybe, like last year, the first time I saw him, we met physically. It was when we were at the party. And I don't visit his house. He doesn't visit my house. The only place I ever visited, or I visit when I'm towards main lane, is there by his office.
Thank you.
When you refer him to Sergeant Ngosi and you forward his message to Sergeant Ngosi, did you know that they have a close relationship?
Yes, I know. I know because Nkosi sometimes could phone me and say, hey, hold on, I moved somebody says he knows you. That is when I came back to head office and then I heard his voice.
Okay.
So I even asked him, how do you know this chap? He said, no, we grew up together and whatever. I know him for a long time. So, yeah.
Okay, thank you, General.
Ordinarily, where would such an offense have had to be reported? Ordinarily.
Reporting?
Reported.
The case?
Yes. Ordinarily, where would it have had to be reported?
Yeah, if you report the case, it depends. If he's at home, I think I hear he's staying at this estate. Is near Olifants Fontaine, is the police station. But if he's at the offices, the police station will be Haarzavi or Brooklyn. I'm not sure of the demarcation there. Yeah.
All right, thank you.
It will be either Haarzavi because the office is there in Main Lane. So I'm not sure if Main Lane falls under Brooklyn or Haarzavi police station.
General, the short answer is the nearest police station.
In between when you are there, I can't say which one is the nearest.
No, you don't have to tell us which one. If you just say the short answer is the nearest.
The nearest police station, yes.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you, General. Page 44, paragraph 138.
I wish to state unequivocally that at no stage did I communicate with Mr. Musa Kaula, whether by WhatsApp, telephone, social media, through any other intermediary. I do not know Mr. Kaula personally, and I have never engaged with him in any professional or personal capacity. The version presented before the Commission suggesting that I engaged in indirect discussion concerning Mr. Kaula or that participated in any form of coordination, improper interaction is therefore incorrect. The material shared with Sergeant Kosi was transmitted solely in the context of advising a person who believed himself to be victim of criminal conduct to pursue lawful remedies through proper police channels.
Okay, then the next topic is Vusi Kat Matlala.
I have known Mr. Vusi Kat Matlala as a businessman for several years. I met him during 2026 in a social setting through a friend of mine, Fuzile Mbilini, who had previously served as a police officer and who was at that time an acquaintance of Matlala. Fuzile and I occasionally meet at Earth Restaurant at Forest Hill Mall on Fridays after work before heading home in the West Rand, Randfontein, because we were both residing in that space. Sometimes I will find him with Mr. Matlala, or other times Mr. Matlala would find us there. Fuzile passed on in November 2016. However, Mr. Matlala and I lost contact. It was only in 2019 when we regained contact. This came when I accompanied Mudise to Matlala's business premises for a work-related matter. The purpose of our visit was to inquire about a person of interest who was subject of investigation. Information available was that Mr. Matlala was providing VIP security service to this particular individual. It was at this occasion that we established a contact and exchanged cell phones numbers. It was after the visit with Brigadier Modise, we re-establishing the contact through subsequent conversation that I came to understand that Matlala was highly involved in the security industry, provided a VIP security protection service to the business persons and entities. My impression of him was that he was reserved in nature and his interactions were limited and informal. Since then, Mr. Matlala would occasionally seek advice regarding personal issues affecting him. I saw nothing improper providing general advice. I did not present him in my official legal capacity. I did not represent him in my official legal capacity, nor did I intervene in any investigation process on his behalf. Our communication did not...
Sorry, General, what do you mean by this? You first say, since then, Mr. Matlala would occasionally seek my advice regarding personal, legal issues affecting him. And then you say, I saw nothing improper in providing general advice. I did not represent him in any official legal capacity. Was this about legal issues, giving advice on legal issues, and representing him in any official legal capacity?
Yeah. Commissioner...
That seems to suggest that you are a legal representative or a legal practitioner even, perhaps.
Commissioner, maybe it's lack of better word in English. When I say legal, it's things which may be involved the police or whatever. For example, can phone and say, I have applied for many rifles and it is taking long. I believe I will miss this tender of mine. Who can I speak to what should happen? What do I do in this instance? I said, no, the only person you can contact is CFR. And there is a contact number which you use to communicate to them. Or else go there yourself and do a physical inquiry. Because sometimes there will be a backlog, and more especially where they are waiting. Remember, CRC's job is a criminal record and to check suspects and whatsoever. So they can't prioritize the firearms application than that other one. So obviously it will take longer, but they are working on it in a sequence and prioritizing the others. But that is why it is taking long. That was my suggestion. I said, no, here is the number, you can call that number or you can go and visit and check. So yeah, I mean such things. For example, the Kaula thing. Yeah, I mean such things. That is what you will ask me.
Thank you, General.
Thank you.
General, where you say personal legal issues affecting him, what kind of personal legal issues? And I ask the question because we have had testimony that Mr. Matlala has a long criminal record against his name, going back a long time. So I ask the question in that context.
Yeah,
What's the personal legal issues you're referring to here?
Yeah, as I was explaining, Commissioner, to the chair, I mean exactly like where somebody or he feels somebody want to do something criminally against him and seeks advice as to what step must he take. So I'm referring to those.
Thank you.
You're still at 144.
Since then, Mr. Matlala would occasionally seek my advice regarding personal legal issues affecting him. I saw nothing improper providing general advice. I did not represent him in official legal capacity nor intervene in any investigation or process on his behalf. Our communication did not involve sharing of privileged investigation information, operational plans, classified intelligence, or internal sub-strategy. Our relationship has been that of acquaintance who met through mutual friend, thereafter rekindled as explained above. It was not business partnership, not financial arrangement, not operational alliance. We would come across each other from time to time. With the knowledge that he was in the security industry, where a need arose, I might inquire whether he had general information in relation to certain matters within my line of work. He would seek advice from issues affecting him personally, such exchanges were informal in nature and did not involve sharing confidential operational details and classification of information and investigative planning or privileged case content. At no stage I was aware that he was a member of any cartel or that he was a subject of any criminal investigation. I had been aware of such circumstances. My conduct interaction would have been guided strictly by official obligations. On the 6th of...
General, did you become aware in this period that you're describing in paragraph 147, whatever that period is, did you become aware about his criminal record?
No, I became aware later, around November, December, January.
Which year?
2024, I think.
Okay. And then when you say January 2025?
January 2025, yeah. Okay. And March, yeah. Others came out stronger on March. On the 6th September 2024, my son was involved in a motor vehicle accident. The vehicle sustained damage, and following engagement with the insurer claim was repudiated. This placed me under unexpected financial pressure in order to effect the repairs of the vehicle. On the 14th of September 2024, I attended Lieutenant General Sibia's son's engagement party at his residence in Centurion. That is where I physically met Mr. Matlala in 2024 after a long time. He came to greet me where I was seated. I was seated in another reception area. He was seated with the other senior officials from SAPS, including the officers I mentioned there.
Sorry, General, what did you say?
Including the officers I mentioned there.
You can mention them.
Okay. Lieutenant General Sintumule, Lieutenant General Fani, former Major General Tema, Brigadier Mtembu. Those are those which I can remember, because when I entered, I went where they were seated to greet them and go and sit somewhere where there was a better space, because it was congested. This is a reception area with glasses where those kids were sitting, and then on the side, that is where they were sitting, and there is another one in front. At the middle is a swimming pool, so I seated there, right front to them, towards the entrance. I think there were two couples speaking in his course where I seated with my wife. After the greetings, he went back to sit. But I must say, when I arrived, when I went to greet them, he was not there, because I didn't see him there. I think he was not yet arrived.
General, was Sergeant Nkosi there?
No, Nkosi also didn't arrive, but I learned during the day that he's there, he was assisting. And when I had a puncture, I phoned him, I thought it's nearer because it was not far from the plot from Centurion. I was opposite Deep Sword when I got the punch. He said, no, he went out to do something, he's coming back. And when I arrived, he was not there. And I remember he sent me a message asking if Matlala is there, and I responded, I don't see him.
You may continue.
Sorry,
But he came later.
Yes. General, where you say that that is where I physically met Mr. Matlala in 2024 after a long time. When last before this had you met him?
Maybe in 2023. I think 2023.
Do you remember the month? Any idea?
No, I'll try to remember. I can't remember if it was at a wedding or I met him at Main Lane. I can't remember, but I met 2024. It was the first time I met him in September. I never
In
met
September?
Him. Yeah.
Okay, that's right. Thank you.
Uh, 150.
150. It was during that occasion, after the formalities were concluded, that we had a casual conversation, which led to the issue of him loaning me money for the purpose of vehicle repairs. During the conversation, I mentioned that I was attempting to resolve the matter by selling livestock utilizing my personal saving in order to cover the repairs. Matlala indicated that if I should not succeed in raising the funds in time, you will be able to assist me. At approximately four days later, on the 18th, 24, Mr. Matlala contacted me to inquire whether I had managed to raise the required funds. I informed him that I had not yet succeeded, but that I was traveling to Limpopo at that time. When we then agreed that he would advance me personal loan by depositing the money directly into my son's bank account, as my son was responsible for arranging and repairs of the vehicle in Gauteng. I forwarded my son's banking details to Matlala via WhatsApp. It was expressly agreed between us that the loan will be repaid during December 2024, which allowed me sufficient time to raise the funds as planned, sell livestock and from my personal saving. And commissioners, it's not on my statement, I must indicate further that on that month of December is the month that I get my bonus. I'm born in October, but I long changed it to December because when my kids were still at varsity, so that in January I can have money for deposit. So I didn't change it back. Even until now, I get my bonus in December.
Sorry, General, just before you proceed, I've been asked to ask you that if you're clicking your pen while you're answering, if you could just not click it because they can hear it over the mic. I'm sorry if I've removed your coping mechanism, but I've been asked to do so.
General, they keep taking things from you.
Yeah. Yes, Commissioner.
You are now on page 48, paragraph 152.
I confirm that the funds were utilized solely for the vehicle repairs and were not connected to any way to my official duties or any operational matter. The loan has since been repaid in full through my own earnings and proceeds derived from my livestock and personal saving. Mr. Matlala deposited the agreed amount into my son's bank account forwarded a proof of deposit to me via WhatsApp. My son confirmed the receipt telephonically. My son's bank statement reflected deposit is there to a charge as Annexer RS5. The annexer will depict proof of deposit, payment of the mechanic, purchase of the vehicle parts, and quotation from the mechanic attached as Annexer RS6 and Annexer RS6A. I wish to state that I have never attended any function hosted by Matlala, nor he attended any function at my residence. I do not know his residential address. The Thanksgiving ceremony took place in my homestead in Tzaneen in 20 September 22. It was not a party to celebrate promotion. It was not funded by Matlala.
General, can you just put that in context, because we jump from him offering to assist you with a loan, and then you've got the Thanksgiving ceremony. What are you responding to there? What allegation are you responding to at paragraph 156?
Yeah. When I was listening to, listening to the recording, which made by witness C, there was an indication that there was a money of 80,000 deposited into my account by Mr. Matlala. And I got angry and then immediately reversed the money to Matlala, that Matlala must give me cash. So I am responding to that to show that there was no such thing. Because for him to have my account, I have to give him my account. And I never gave him my account. And there's no way he can deposit money to my account without me giving him the account. I don't know how will he get it. And it never happened. The only money which was deposited is the one deposited to my son, which I brought the bank statement of my son and showing even how this money was used to do. It paid the vehicles and etc. So that was the reason for that statement.
Okay. Page 49, paragraph 157.
During November 2024, after selling 2 cattle at my homestead, I paid Mr. Matlala 20,000 in cash. At the end of December 2024, I transferred 50,000 from my ABSA account to the bank account which Matlala provided to me. The proof of payment, I WhatsApped it to him on the 31st. Actually, I phoned him on the 30th of December and asked him to give me his banking details. And he forwarded me his banking details. On the 31st, I transferred the money, and then I forwarded him the proof of payment of the 50,000, and I called him, and he confirmed, because he was not coming back to me after sending, depositing the money. And we made the annexes of those statements.
General, this motor vehicle, is it your son or your vehicle?
It's my son's vehicle.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
So he got the accident. The day on the 6th, I left to China. He got the accident the same evening after they dropped me from the airport. So I found it out on the 12th when I came back, because they said they didn't want to disturb me. They didn't tell me.
Yes, General, you then also refer to you attaching your son's bank statements, which demonstrates the payments made for the purchase of the required vehicle parts and mechanics fees.
Yes.
Okay. Then do you want to go to 159?
159. The last paragraph.
Yes.
Yes. There was no quid pro quo attachment to this financial assistance. Mr. Matlala did not request, I did not provide any operational favor, investigative intervention, strategic information or procurement, influence, preferential treatment of any nature. Financial assistance rose from personal emergency and I paid as agreed.
The next topic is on page 50, but I want to suggest that because you've dealt substantially with the Musa Kaula topic, and this is really just a repetition, that 160, 161, 162, 163, and 164 must be taken as being part of the record because it's a repeat of what you've already said. And then if you can just deal with 165.
$165. At later stage, during October 2024, I came across a News 24 media article reporting on Mr. Kaula. Out of general interest in the ordinary course and informal communication between colleagues, I shared the article with Sergeant Mosi. The sharing of the article was incidental and informal in nature and did not relate to any investigation or operational activity, coordinated engagement concerning Mr. Kaula. So here, I was just indicating, in addition to that, I don't know Mr. Kaula, I never spoken to him. And also, I was never involved in any investigation relating to Mr. Kaula. But because once I sent to Nkosi those WhatsApp messages relating to Mr. Kaula from Mr. Matlala to him, I just forwarded him to see that it seems this fella is always in problems, the one whom we're dealing with. Not knowingly, they are having also investigation on him, but I just forwarded to you.
Thank you, General. Then we, on page 52, a new topic, the alleged 3-envelope/bag of money discussion related to witnesses A, B, and the other detective.
This one I can speak from my heart.
Please do.
Commissioners, it reads as follows. I deny that I convened a meeting with the investigators for the purpose of distributing envelopes, suggesting payment, facilitating bribe, or encouraging corrupt conduct. The meeting on the 16th May 2024 at my office situated at room 732, Wachthuis Building, Francis Bard Street, Pretoria, must be understood within a full operational context. The meeting did not arise in isolation, nor was it convened for any improper purposes. On the 14th of May, I had a telephonic conversation with Brigadier Hopan, the provincial head organized crime investigation in Gauteng. During that conversation, she informed me that she would be unable to attend a meeting scheduled 16 May 2024, as she was out of the office. The purpose of the meeting was for her and her investigative team to provide feedback with progress report and feedback concerning the Morey family murder, that is the double murder in Midrand of the Morey. So there was a complaint, and I was tasked by General Sibia to oversee the investigation. So on monthly basis or after 3 weeks, the investigators with the brigadier will come to the meeting, whereby we're giving the family representative and the lawyer, mostly Mr. Moray Klute, who is a News 24 reporter, was representing the family, will be coming. And then there to my office, and then they brief us, and then we give guidance as to what must still go to happen, and then they go, we meet again. So because they were not, family was complaining they are not giving feedback. So that was the reason they were coming to see me at 11 o'clock on that day. So she indicated that they will come and attend the investigation team in their absence to give the feedback to the Moray family representative. I informed her that I would have preferred her to her attendance, as I also wanted to discuss with her the Frianach Murder Case 275/4/2024, which was investigated by a component, where 3 individuals, including a police officer, had been arrested. I must indicate, commissioners, I put this case number because now I knew it, but that time I didn't know the case number. I indicated a white person killed. I didn't know the case number. I further engaged with the Brigadier Hopani and inquired specifically about the Frianach murder case involving the 3 accused persons, including the police official Tau. I had earlier received information from a source indicating that the accused were dangerous contract killers in Kabi, and that attempts were allegedly been made to compromise the investigation, ultimately to create a threat to their safety of the investigators. Brigadier Hopani said to me I should contact Colonel Mukwena, her second in command and immediate commander, or of those members that are assigned to the investigation. She further indicated that she was aware of the drama that unfolded in court and that she had to send TRT and a tracking team to transport the accused person to the prison. The information received from the source...
General, if you just... Where you say you had earlier received information from a source,
Yes.
Is it earlier the same day of the 14th?
Earlier the same day, the 14th.
On the 14th itself?
Sorry, General, I just want clarification. She indicated that she was aware of the drama that unfolded in court. When in court? What was she referring to?
In court, referring to Frianach in court, when there was appearance.
When was that appearance?
I don't have it. I don't have the knowledge.
And it was an appearance of the accused?
Of the accused persons in that murder case. The information received from the source indicated inter alia that a bag full of money had allegedly been given to an attorney named, should I mention the name? Anyhow, it was information, it's not fair. Because I remember when they were testifying, they mentioned the name.
I'm reminded that the name has been mentioned already by the witnesses.
Yeah, the name is Attorney Victor Mashel, with intention to bribing the investigators, but further alleged that the investigators refused such inducement, attempt would then be made to bribe the prosecutors or the magistrate. The source indicated that the individuals who allegedly contracted the accused feared being linked to murder and therefore disparate to interfere with the case, and further indicated that the accused had allegedly ties with senior police officials, and that investigators were being monitored, that a lady in Johannesburg was allegedly being used to run the vehicle registration numbers associated with the investigators, and that certain police officers and traffic officials were attending court proceeding, and that there was concern that someone within forensic service could potentially interfere with ballistic evidence. Given the seriousness of the information I received, I contacted Colonel Mokoena, under whose command the investigating officer fell, and ensured that the matter was escalated appropriately. During the telephone conversation, Colonel Mokoena informed me that he was traveling from Pretoria to West Rand. I was likewise en route home to West Rand. We agreed to meet along the route to discuss the matter. We subsequently met approximately, I think it's 1900 hours.
Yes, you've changed it to 1900.
Yeah. At Uncle Harry's garage in Randfontein. During the meeting, I briefed Colonel Mokoena on the information I had received concerning perceived threat against investigating officer, allegations relating to possible bribe. I inquired from Colonel Mokoena about the status and nature of the investigation. He then contacted the investigating officer referred in as Witness B, telephonically in my presence, and handed the phone to me so that I could speak directly to her. My intention was to obtain clarity regarding circumstances surrounding the incident, as Colonel Mokoena himself was unable to provide more detailed explanation. Mokoena had indicated that the matter was involved a shooting at a factory and that killing allegedly involved a hired hitman. When I spoke to Witness B, she declined to discuss the matter further telephonically, explaining that investigation was sensitive in nature and that she was not comfortable providing details on the phone. I accepted the position and requested that the formal meeting be arranged at my office so that the investigation team could brief me comprehensively and enable me to determine how appropriately to assist in this matter. On the 16th of May 2024, the investigation officer, including witness A and B and another, attended at my office with 2 case dockets, which it was during the meeting that I relayed information received from the source to the investigators. I informed them that the accused were considered dangerous contract killers and that they were allegedly attempt to bribe the investigating officer, prosecutor, or the magistrate. The source has also informed me that...
Can I just understand something? Did witness A and B report to you?
No. They report to Brigadier Hopane at Organized Crime. Hence, I indicated I phoned her first and said I would have liked when she come with those other members, she could come with them so that I can bring them together.
So she was invited to this meeting?
Yeah, she phoned me to inform me she won't come to our meeting on the 16th. We were having a meeting on the 16th to brief me with that case of Midrand. And then she was informing me that she won't be able to come, the members are coming to come along. So I informed her that, hey, Brigadier, even though it's not mentioned here, Brigadier, there was an incident and you never informed me about it, because serious incidents, they are expected to inform me as their national head, the provincial heads. We got a group where we share this information so that I must be abreast of what. So because she couldn't come, she referred me to the second in command, Colonel Mokoena. And then I met with Colonel Mokoena. Then the meeting was arranged that they come also on the 16th when that other team comes so that I can brief them properly. But already I briefed Mokoena. For me to want them to come, I wanted also to brief them physically in order to encourage them because I was involved in a similar situation myself, and to say what must happen, what will happen, and what must they do in order to enjoy this thing and work until the end. And for me to meet Mukwena and Brigadier Hopan was for them to take my information and make a request to crime intelligence for threat risk analysis, so that they confirm the information, because that was information which was not yet confirmed. And also for them to come there, there were names mentioned. I thought maybe they must know them to confirm the names, if ever those people they know and whatsoever. So that was the mere reason that I wanted to see them and speak to them, and also make them understand they mustn't get scared, because I know how it becomes miserable. And to go and stay in a safe house, live in your own house, and again, how to investigate this thing. You can't investigate the threat against you, because what about you meet them? Will you contain yourself or you behave otherwise? So you have two teams which will deal with that. And I explained everything like that, and I was happy that to hear they are in the safe house. Yeah, the other things is just unfortunate. So that was the reason I called them there. I was at 174.
Yes. It was during that meeting that I relayed the information received from the source.
Yeah, from the source to the investigators. I informed them that the accused were considered dangerous contract killers, and that they were alleged attempts to bribe investigators, prosecutor, and magistrate. The source had also informed me that there were police officers and traffic officers involved, also attending the court proceedings. The informant cited a traffic official from JMPD named Johnny Mukhatle and a police official from TOMS called Zungu. So this is where I said I wanted to hear if they know these people, because they are working all in Gauteng. And then they could confirm for me before crime intelligence can confirm that. The members informed me that during the last court appearance, a large number of people occupied the entire courtroom, resulting in the deceased family being unable to access the court. The court had to adjourn in order to clear the courtroom. They further indicated that they were being followed and that certain individuals were taking photographs of them, of their vehicles at the parking area. I indicated that the first priority was to address the issue of threat risk assessment so that the investigators could receive appropriate protection. I further indicated that after crime intelligence had concluded the risk assessment and verified the information, an inquiry should be opened if warranted. I also stated that I would speak to Brigadier Hopan to request the risk assessment from General Lekalakala.
General, the inquiry that you refer to here, where you say inquiry should be opened, what inquiry is that?
Yeah. The inquiry is about the threat. If the counterintelligence verifies this information which they are given, and then identify these vehicles who are following, and they open an inquiry for that particular investigation, and then there will be investigators with crime intelligence who are doing this intelligence investigation to verify the severity of the threat level and how must be protected. And furthermore, the inquiry will be to follow these people who are creating the threat to investigate. So, as I also gave example to say, when we had this ourselves, the investigation will be done like as a project or major investigation, because the information also further indicated that there will be more cases coming from the firearms which are recovered. And then they must focus on those matters. This other team must focus on the inquiry to protect them or to arrest these people. Then, if they have gathered enough investigation or evidence, then the inquiry will be translated to a case docket where they can arrest and so forth.
Who is responsible for the decision to institute this inquiry?
Yeah.
Is it you? Is it crime intelligence who are conducting?
No, crime intelligence must open the inquiry.
Okay.
Remember, they were supposed to have come to me actually to take my statement as a support to that particular inquiry before, or they decided to interview the victims or the members where the threat is, and then investigate and find out that maybe it is true, and then there's no need to come and see me. I don't know why didn't they come to me. But I did a follow-up with the brigadier, and the brigadier indicated to me, as you are speaking to me, I'm with Brigadier Ntulu, the provincial head of counterintelligence, assisting me to draft the request for threat risk assessment, because it must be done by the same province.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
One 177.
I thought I was done.
Okay.
178.
No, 178, my fault.
I indicated that the first priority was to address the issue of threat risk assessment.
No,
So-
it's fine, General.
Yeah.
I think I was wrong. It's 178.
Yeah. Okay,
178.
thanks. The members requested that I assist them with the fast tracking of the ballistic report. In their presence, I telephoned the section head, ballistic section, Brigadier Mkawela. And I think we made an attachment, annexer of the telephone billing, which shows I phoned him what time, and requested that he prioritize the ballistic analysis of the case and ensure that it was concluded before the next court date. I further provided him with details and contact of witness B, which he dictated to me. I sent the case number to Brigadier Mkawela via WhatsApp. I read the case dockets and provided guidance in relation to the investigation which needed to be done, because the important thing is we're supposed also to be ready when we go to the court for bail application. I checked what was outstanding and whatever what needed to be done. And earlier on, I must say the docket investigation was good, whatever they collected. The only thing which was not there, I couldn't see, was the crime scene examiner. They didn't indicate if they have taken prima residue from the arrested suspect, and also was the touched DNA and fingerprints taken from the cartridges and firearms which were found, and of which I guided that must also be done. So that was that. But there was a strong case for bail application. Earlier in the day, I also attempted to contact Major General Kumar. However, his phone rang and indicated he will call me back. I reckon he was in the meeting. They said itemized billing will indicate that. Any reference made during meeting of money envelopes or bag of money was direct repetition of the intelligence received from the source. It was not suggestion or instruction or endorsement of corruption. I expressly cautioned the investigator not to accept any bribe. I informed them that even if they were offered money, accepting such money would not eliminate the risk to their lives. I emphasized that the offense under which they are investigating is a serious Schedule 6 offense, and that the bail proceeding will be formal and rigorous. My intention was to sensitize and protect, encourage them to endure until the end. I also wanted to establish and confirm if they know or have seen Zungu at the court on the day. I advised that the threat risk assessment be conducted through crime intelligence, and that protective measures, including safe house arrangements, if necessary, be considered. I advise that the matter be treated as major or project investigation and that investigative team should not be burdened with additional dockets so to preserve the focus on operational integrity. I shared the experience from similar 2013 murder investigation involving Major General Maswangani, where investigators had to work from a safe house due to credible threats. This intended to emphasize the seriousness of the situation and the need for vigilance. I informed that from the safe house, it will minimize escalation of threat from their families, and the team, including the combat and crime intelligence, will be in one roof, thus minimizing leakage of the sensitive information. In the presence of the members, I contacted Brigadier, I think it's a repetition, this one, of what I've read on the
that's
other
a repeat. You've deleted it in the other version.
Yes. And this one on 2022, May 24, I followed up with Brigadier to confirm whether the risk assessment has been initiated. She informed me she was with Brigadier Ntul. I think I also indicated to this one. I did not distribute envelopes or did not provide money. I did not solicit bribes. I did not suggest concealment of evidence. I did not instruct the investigators to participate in any corrupt conduct, more especially to disrupt the course of justice with regard to pending application and appeal thereof. The allegations that orchestrated and promoted the three-envelope strategy is false, constitute distortion and protection of operational briefing. The intelligence was conveyed for the purpose of safeguarding the investigators and preserving integrity of the investigation. The allegations that I orchestrated and promoted the so-called envelope strategy is false and constitute distortion of what was the fact, protective briefing. This is the repetition.
It's a repeat, I was just going to say.
190 and 191 is the same paragraph.
You want to go to 192?
Yeah. On the 16th May, Sergeant Lela attended at my office together with witness.
Can I just assist you there? It's also a repeat of what you said earlier. I think the important part is what you want to say in this, from the second sentence.
Okay. But also we corrected this one because it was not making sense.
Yes, so just read from the second sentence. Sergeant Ndlela appears.
Yeah, Sergeant Ndlela appears to be the only attendee who correctly understood the purpose and context of my briefing. My communication was directed at warning the investigators of potential risk, advising of an appropriate course of action within the framework and the threat risk assessment process. Sergeant Lela has since deposed a sworn affidavit confirming true nature of discussion, disputing suggestion that I proposed insinuated acceptance of any gratification and unlawful conduct. The copy of the affidavit is marked RS10. At no stage did I propose or encourage or imply unlawful conduct, inducement or acceptance of any benefit. The briefing was operational.
Sorry, General. The reference in 193 where you say Sergeant Ndlela has since deposed, you're referring to the affidavit that he deposed on the 7th of July 2025?
That's correct.
Okay, so it is since when? It can't be since the commission. The allegations that you say are allegations that you allegedly tried to induce the detectives to take a bribe only arose after the 7th of July 2025, because the commission hadn't started yet. So when you say since, you mean what? Since what? the suggestion that if you read it the way you say, it's as though he deposed to this affidavit to dispel allegations made at the commission. But that's not the case. His affidavit was prepared before the hearings.
Yeah, the witnesses who testified about the envelopes, they testified in October.
Yes, of 2025.
Yes.
Ndlela's statement is July 2025, so it's before they gave evidence.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I can explain why I went to sort the statement of Ndlela. During that time, I received information that there are investigators going around with my photo, trying to source statement to link me with something. And then also after hearing this thing on the 6th of July that there were these, then I phoned Ndlela and asked, did you put a statement regarding our meeting? Because I didn't want a situation whereby it's already a state witness and I'm interfering. And he said no. I said, can you give me a statement relating to our meeting? That is when he gave me the statement. And subsequent to that, on the 8th of July, the investigators from PKTT went to him looking for a statement. And when he wanted to give them the statement similar to what he gave me, they said, no, we prepared the statement, it's this one. Your statement must be like that one of Sithole. And they make him sign, he signed. And then later on, he forwarded me that statement which they sent him per email, which was not signed, and I have it here. So that was the reason. That was the only thing which I thought of protecting myself with, to go and get this statement of him or any other person whose statement was not taken because of what I heard. And it's not the first time I hear this kind of thing is happening with that particular team. So I couldn't wait to be a victim of something I don't know.
Okay.
Why just him? He wasn't the only one in the room when you spoke about there's a bag of money. How did you decide he's the one to call and not any of the other people that were in the room?
Yeah, information indicated the other two are at the safe house, and they are working with these people who are going around with my photo, looking for statement. So he is not there. So I phoned the office and asked if he's still there, and I was informed he's there. They gave me his number. I phoned him and I asked him, are you prepared to provide me with the statement of what happened when you came to my office? He said, sure. Then he wrote the statement and he gave to somebody who's staying in my vicinity to hand it over to me.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Is it not more correct to say all he does in his statement is to explain what happened on the day?
Yes.
I mean, unless I'm missing something, I don't see anywhere in the statement where he disputes any suggestion that you proposed or insinuated the acceptance of gratification. I mean, he doesn't say that in the statement, unless you can show us maybe where in the statement he says this. And it's not probing, it's just so that we clarify the content of your paragraph 193.
Yeah. I'm not saying he indicated that there were some money which I said it must be paid.
Because when I read his statement, he just says this is what happened on the 16th, and then he withdrew from the case. But he doesn't say, I dispute any suggestion that General Shibiri proposed or insinuated acceptance of gratification.
Yeah, but that is his statement.
Yeah.
So he can be asked about his statement and to make supplementary, because I didn't want to lead him to say what must he write. So I wanted him to write what we discussed. And the only thing he understood there is that I talked about a bag full of money which was given to Michelle. And then and he understood that The only thing I was concerned, it was they must get protection from the word go, from Hopani, and then risk assessment must follow, which must determine what level of protection must they get and how it must unfold. So that is what I wanted him to indicate, but I couldn't dictate to him to say what must he write. So, but there's
Maybe you are misunderstanding me, General. In your statement, you say he has deposed to a sworn affidavit confirming the true nature of the discussion. I'm happy with that part, 193 of your statement. I'm happy with that part. But you continue and you say he has disputed any suggestion that you proposed or insinuated acceptance of any form of gratification. Now, you are attributing to him something which I don't see in his statement. That's really my point.
Okay. No. I hear you, Commissioner, and I agree with you, but it's my take that he's not insinuating that I said somebody must take an envelope.
So you're basically saying the effect of his affidavit is that he does not support the allegation that you...
Yeah, even this unsigned one, I got it here. It doesn't even say that. It went further to say about the visit at the house. I have it here, but it's not signed. He gave me the following day, on the 8th after he made that one.
That's fine. We will take his statement for what it is, and we will deal with it on that basis.
Okay. So this one which is not signed, you can't take it. Okay. No, he can come and confirm he's still alive. Yes.
General, then just to close that one off at page 60, the top of page 60, at no stage did I, can read that into the record, after you reference Ndlela's statement. Just before the new topic, at no stage did I propose, encourage.
At no stage I did propose or encourage or imply unlawful conduct, inducement, or acceptance of any benefit or briefing was operational.
Yeah, we have that. It's a repeat later, earlier on, that the briefing was an operational briefing. It's fine.
Yeah, I think on the correction, I don't know if we didn't delete this one. The last page, the last word.
It just says the briefing was operational, full stop. On the new one.
Oh.
Okay. Then can we get to the next topic, which is the alleged telephonic conversation between Witness A and yourself overheard by Witness B? Looks can be deceiving. We really are almost at the end because there are 10 pages that are effectively duplications. I think we've got 10 pages left, Chair, I promise.
Yeah. The discussion regarding the official Zungu from Tom's was held with the detectives at my office during the meeting on the 16th of May 2024, not telephonically as alleged. During that meeting, I did discuss that the source had allegedly that Zungu and Johnny were present at court as part of persons sent to monitor the investigators. I did not state that Zungu belongs to a criminal cartel. I was to understood that the two law enforcement officers were working for the accused persons handlers or themselves, or the accused person themselves.
Okay. General, before you continue, can we just get it on record what your version is about the phone call? Did the phone call happen with Witness A? Do you accept that there was a telephone call in December with Witness A?
Yeah, twice.
Yes.
I phoned him twice.
Okay.
Yes.
You may continue. So the next topic is about Commissioner Nkwashu.
During my interaction and discussion with witness A, no discussion took place concerning Brigadier Nkwashu. I have no knowledge of any information suggesting that Brigadier Nkwashu had an interest in any case at National. The question is framed, is vague, and I am unable to identify which specific matter or investigation is being referred to. Accordingly, I am not in position to provide any further response beyond confirming that no such discussion occurred within my knowledge or presence. I deny making definitive allegation against Hawks, Zungu, Nkwashu, Lieutenant General Sibia that they have ties with Katiso Mulife. I think this one was supposed also to be moved under its own heading. It is on the wrong heading.
Okay, well, while we do have it, what do you mean by you deny making definitive allegations? Did you make any allegations during the call about Zungu, Brigadier Nkwashu, or Lieutenant General Sibia that they have ties with Mr. Katiso Molefe?
No. Well, the allegations I made regarding Zungu is that he was in court surveying them on behalf of the accused and the handler, who I don't know who is the handler. So I never talked about Katiso Molefe. I knew Katiso Molefe after this arrest. I didn't even know the name.
Okay, you're jumping the gun. Zungu, you say your version is that the reference to Zungu was not in any of the telephone calls.
Yes.
It was at the meeting of 16 May 2024.
That's correct.
You say, I never discussed Zungu at all. Did you discuss any Hawks or Tom's representative or officer with him during any of the December calls?
No.
Okay. Then you say I deny making definitive allegations against Brigadier Nkwashu during those calls and that he has ties to Katiso Molefe?
No, yes, no,
Okay.
I don't.
And just to be clear, the reference from witness A was that you had said that there's an officer at district level who's trying to get involved in a matter at provincial level. Do you recall making that statement during one of the December calls with witness A?
No, I can't recall that, and I won't know of any case at the provincial level except those which are reported to me where he is involved. Unless, if I will know of that, it will be Brigadier Hopani or Mukwena has reported me to say there is this person wanting to involve himself on the case of the province.
Okay. So when you say you don't recall, do you mean that you don't recall saying that in the call, or are you denying that you said that in the call, in any of the two calls?
No, I deny saying that.
I just want to clarify. You deny making any reference to an officer at district level trying to insert themselves in a case at provincial level?
Yes.
Okay. And then insofar as Lieutenant General Sibia is concerned, what is it that you say transpired during the call with witness A, any one of the calls that you say in December 2024 that related to General Sibia?
Yeah, it is here on page
62, 200.
199
Paragraph
and
200, yeah.
And then 199 also speaking to him.
Do you want to start at 199?
Yeah, because I think they are all speaking to General Sibia.
Okay.
I am saying here, I cannot recall any discussion informing or suggesting that National Deputy,
It is
it's
changed.
supposed to be Deputy National Commissioner,
yes.
Lieutenant General Sibia had close relationship with Mr. Julius Malim, who is alleged to be associated with individual named Z. Numalo. I do not know whether Lieutenant General Sibia has any personal or professional relationship with Julius Malim, with Mr. Julius Malim, except that to state that there have been some cases where were referred to General Sibia by Julius Malim for investigation, just like any other member of public. I remember he once asked me to intervene on the kidnapping of Mrs. Likhale and a child after he received a call from Mr. Malima to intervene. What do I recall is that then...
in that paragraph 199, you refer to, you said Zingumalo.
Yeah.
It reads Zingumalo, and I think it's important because there is a person who is known as Zingumalo, and I think they should not be mistaken because of how you've pronounced it to be the person that you're referring to. So the correct pronunciation is Zingumalo, as is written here.
I take note, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Okay, General, so if we go back to 199, just to understand your version, you say, I cannot recall. Now, I cannot recall, is it possible that you did have this discussion with witness A in December over the phone, or are you saying that it didn't happen at all?
I agree that I had a telephone conversation in December 7, and the other date I can't remember. I remember December 7 because of, it happened that I answered the phone because I was done eye operation the previous day. And I thought I switched off my phone, the other one rang. Then I was asked that I must check the status of arrest of a certain Mr. Mulife because the family complained that they don't know where he's detained. Then I phoned Brigadier Nam from the province working serious and violent, thinking maybe it might be them. He said, no, ask organized crime. Then I phoned Mukwena. Mukwena said, no, he will check with Stoll. He checked with Stoll. Stoll gave him he gave me the phone of Stoll, and I phoned Stoll. And when...
Please continue, General.
And when I phoned the individual, I just mentioned, I'm sorry about that. When I phoned the individual, then he indicated that he is with an attorney called Tan, and then they just came to see him, and there were a lot of senior officers phoning about this chap. So I said, no, but it doesn't make sense. If the attorney is there, meaning the family knows, how does the family complain when the attorney is there? The attorney is supposed to be sent by the family to go and visit him. And then I left it there. Then I sent a WhatsApp back to say, no, the lawyers are with the family, so the person is found. So the second call, I was about to go back from sick leave to work. Then I remembered about the task. Then I remembered that I didn't ask what was this person arrested for. So that when I'm asked when I get back, I must be able to give a full report. Then I phoned him. And then when I phoned the witness, he told me that, hey, look, this case, we are told you mustn't speak to anybody. If you want further inquiries about it, you must phone General Kumar, meaning the DPC.
Mbuso Kumalo.
General Mbuso, yes. Yeah. So I said, no, it's fine. If ever need arises, but I just wanted to have full report to say what this guy was arrested for. So people can ask and say, this guy it was all over on news and whatsoever. So my eyes were closed, and I was avoiding watching even the phones. And after that, I switched off my phones because I keep on receiving phones, and I needed to recover. I was done a cataract operation. So they've done one eye, then you go, they do the other eye. Then that's why it took long for me to go back to work. So, and I wanted to know what is the guy whom they said I must check the status is arrested for, because I didn't know what was he arrested for. Then the chat went further to say, hey, you know, I don't want a situation whereby they say now this new guy, when we send him, he comes with half-baked information and whatsoever. We were joking. And then I said, no, keep up the good work and stay safe. These people are dangerous. So you mustn't leave your comfort, your place, and then wanting the comfort and so forth. Stay there. It will end soon. Then we finish the call. The third time is, I think it is in September last year. He sent me a WhatsApp, and then the WhatsApp was deleted. And I don't know that number on my private phone. And then I phoned the number in the evening, only to find it's him. And then we just greeted each other and say, keep well. And then that's all what happened. So that's the reason I'm saying I'm not sure if I ever mentioned something like that. Because there were a lot of things said here. And some of them, they are commissioners. They were not right. They were dangerous. When General Kumalo testified, they indicated General Mkwana. They indicated their investigation has identified the five cartels, the big five cartels. But when it was testified here, it was testified it's me who actually informed them or gave them the names of the big five cartel. I asked myself, and they continue talking about it here and everywhere. So I asked myself, the same people who have got protection 24 hours against the same cartel, they don't even bother if they say they got the names from Shibiri, nothing will happen to me. So I became worried. I said, even the commission entertained that thing, not seeing there is a danger there. Because if I told them as what? As giving them information to work on or what? Other than the theories they are coming with about me. So I even tried to request for threat risk assessment, and I didn't even get any response. So it is quite disturbing also, meaning, let's say I remember. Am I expected to say I said those things in this kind of circumstances? So I'm just saying to the commission that some of the things were not dealt with accordingly, that it would, maybe our lives, or my life to say, is not precious than the other's life. Unless I'm part of the cartel, I won't be hurt. But what it was said, it was like maybe just pushed in the den of lions to be killed by the lions.
General, if I can understand what you're saying is that, are you saying that the evidence of General Kumalo about somebody identifying that there is a big five, that you are that person, that is what was testified?
Yeah, he indicated so. To say the evidence, information we got from General Shibiri we found to be true. I'm not CI, he's CI. He must go and investigate and verify information. If I give information, he must go and verify, not go and take my name out there. I gave them the information from the start for them to investigate. Who must investigate information? I gave them unverified information, commissioners. from a source which was very valuable for them to start and investigate and do proper things.
Now you are confirming the very thing you say you don't want to be repeated in this commission.
No. The first one, I didn't deny, I testified here that I got information and mentioned 2 names and whatsoever who were said to be there. And again, I'm indicating it was information which needed to be verified. That is why I said I even called these members there to come and verify because if these members are working in Gauteng, they are working in Gauteng at the PRU, at the organized crime, they might be knowing them that yes, they were there at the court. And then we carry forward with our investigation. Because I cannot get investigation and start reining people in without evidence, without following up. That is why Commissioner Baloyi, I talked about inquiry to be opened, to investigate, to build the case. If we have a case, we open a case docket. So that is the process. But what happened really, I don't know. I don't know. But as I'm saying, my answer to this is, I can't remember saying something like that. And I'm saying what I know in terms of relation to Malema and the general to say what happened. Beyond that, I won't answer those questions.
Thank you, General.
Let us adjourn and come back at 4:15. Let's adjourn.
All right, it's a quarter past. We are ready to resume. Please make sure your phones are off. Thank you.
Yes, yes, Ms.
Thank you, Chair.
Sigazinobe.
General, you can take a seat and switch on your microphones. Just switch on the microphones. Thank you, Chair. General, can I ask you to go to the file 3 that I had referred you to earlier? Do you have it?
Yeah, I got it.
Item 83, there should be tags with item numbers on it, and it's page 263.
Page.
Yeah, page 263, the red numbers. Do you have it?
That's correct.
Okay. It is the witness statement of witness A, and it starts on page 235. But at page 263 is his account of the call with you on the 16th of December 2024, which according to you would have been the second call. Is that correct? The second call in December?
Yes.
Now, I think in order for us to just get clarity on what you say you deny about that call, is for us to go through witness A's version of the call, and you can tell us what you deny, or
That's
what you
correct.
do not recall, or what may have happened, but you don't recall. Okay?
I'm in page 363.
263.
Oh,
The heading is My Call with General Shabiri.
yes, I'm there.
Okay. At paragraph 93, witness A says, on 19 December 2024, 10 days after Molefe's arrest, just shortly after 6 o'clock.
Sorry, 16.
16 December. Yes, 2024. Just shortly after 6 o'clock, I received a WhatsApp call from General Shabiri. I was with witness B at the time, and she was listening to the conversation. The call started out relatively casual, with General Shabiri telling me about his eye condition and how it was affecting his eyesight. He told me that he has been invited to what he referred to as a birthday celebration by General Sabia at his plot, but that he did not want to go and declined the invitation due to his ill health. He said that in addition, he knew that if he went, General Sabia would want to discuss the Molefe arrest and want an update. Now, insofar as your version is concerned, what of that do you confirm and what do you deny?
Yeah, I deny what he say. I confirm that we had a telephone call.
Okay, and you did speak to him about your eye condition?
Yes, we did speak about the eye condition.
Okay, so you denied that you had been invited to that you told him you had been invited to General Sabia's birthday celebration.
Yes, I deny.
All of that you deny?
Yeah.
Okay. Then 94, during the call, General Shabiri told me that Molefe was part of a group of 5 individuals with interest in mining in the Northwest Province, and that one of these guys belongs to a group of Abo Mswazi, Namo Kati. Excuse my pronunciation. He also said another guy is a Zulu guy called Zay, who stays in Sandton, open brackets, who I understood to be Zay Kamalo, close bracket. He said Zay is close to Julius Malema, who is close to General Sabia. What do you confirm or deny about that paragraph?
No, I deny all those.
All of it. Then paragraph 95, he just speaks about, he thought that you were telling him to be aware of the magnitude of the arrest. He then said, I felt that he was perhaps trying to distance himself from the case. In any event, General Shibiri then mentioned that he had received a call from General Sabia, who wanted to be briefed on Molefe's arrest, and General Shibiri told General Sabia that if he wanted the report speedily, that he should call General Mbuso Kumalo for such a briefing. Do you confirm or deny having had that discussion?
No, the discussion we had was, I wanted to know what was Molefe arrested for. Regarding where Molefe was detained, we spoke on the 7th of December when I called him in the morning.
Okay, so there was no mention of General Mbuso Kumalo and that General Sabia should ask him for a briefing?
No. Me, not General Sabia. Me, that if he said this dogged, the general said, anyone who wants to ask about the case, he must phone the General Mbuso Kumalo, to inquire about whatever I was inquiring. I said, okay, it's fine. If I need something more, I will call him. And then we ended our discussion.
Then it says General Shibiri said he could tell that General Sabia was not happy with this response, and he, General Shibiri, regretted that he responded in that manner because he owed his promotion to General Sabia. Do you recall saying that? Do you confirm or deny that you had said that?
That is absolutely untrue, because for me to get promoted, there was a panel which I appeared before, and there were other candidates. I can confirm that the chairperson of the panel was indeed General Sabia. The other panelist was General Kumalo, Dumisan Kumalo. And then the other one was General Patekil. And then General Sintumulo was also there. And then Advocate Munsami was also there. So I know I was promoted because I was the best candidate. So how can I indicate that I was given by Sabia? Because he didn't call me and promote me.
Okay. Then it says General Shibiri also said that he knew that General Sabia did not want the information for the National Commissioner, but rather for the other side. Do you recall, do you confirm or deny that you said that to Witness A?
That is not true. I never said such thing.
Okay, then at paragraph 96, General Shibiri also said that we must be very careful because the people we are dealing with are heartless and they will never allow us to relax. Do you recall saying that to him? Do you confirm?
Yeah, I already indicated before we part ways, I indicated they must stay safe. They must be careful and stay according to the rules of there where they are saying they must stay at the safe house, because these people are ruthless. You will think it is over, then it is not over. They can come even after 2 years, after 3 years.
Okay. So that part you do confirm, you said to him during that call?
Yes.
During that call?
Yes.
Okay. Witness A then continues, he mentioned that there was a senior officer that he refers to as homeboy that is not even an official in the province, but this person seems to have an interest in the Swart murder case. He did not mention the name, but he said that the person's actions annoyed him. Do you recall saying that to him?
No.
And then witness A wanted to clarify and say, I must put General Shibiri's comment about province in context. By province, General Shibiri was not referring to province geographically. He was referring to it in terms of levels. For example, you would have a district head and a provincial head. In other words, General Shibiri was saying that this person is not even at provincial level, and I understood this to mean that the person he was referring to is at district level. I think he was referring to Brigadier Nkwashu, who was at district level but was inquiring about a case being investigated at provincial level. So you deny that you had a conversation about somebody.
But that one is his viewpoint, or maybe fed by crime intelligence, or how to say things. So
yes, I accept. Yes, I accept that, but the first part is not his viewpoint. He says that he mentioned that there was a senior officer that he refers to as homeboy that is not even an official in the province, but this person seems to have an interest in the murder case, in the SWAT murder case. That was part of the conversation, according to witness A. You denying that that was part of the conversation?
I don't even use the word homeboy.
Okay. At paragraph 97, General Shibiri then returned to the topic of his eye condition. He concluded the call by telling me once again to be safe and told me to keep up the good work. You confirm that that happened?
That, what about the eye condition?
It just says that you returned to the topic of your eye condition, and then you said he must keep safe and keep up the good work. Do you recall saying to him that he must keep safe and keep up the good work?
Yeah, as I said, in conclusion, my eyes was better. That the reason I phoned, I was going to work the following day. And then I wanted more information, because when I asked him about the status of arrest, I forgot to ask what is the person arrested for. And that was the sole purpose of the call. And he asked about my well-being and whatsoever, and then I was fine. And I talked to them that he must stay safe, and then they must keep up doing the good work. That was our parting ways.
Okay. General, so insofar as that call is concerned, you know that witness A says that witness B overheard the call.
I don't know.
You didn't read witness B's statement where that is referred to, that because you say you have it as a heading to your, you say alleged telephone conversations with witness A as overheard by witness B on page 60.
Yeah, I read it like that, but I don't know if he overheard it. Yes, I read it that she overheard, but I don't know if she overheard or whatsoever. I don't know.
Okay, I'm saying that, so that was my question. Do you know that witness B has said that she overheard the call?
That is what she said.
Yes. Okay. Now, if there were some kind of record of the call, it would confirm your version and not theirs.
Yes, fine.
Sorry, I don't understand your answer. You say that's fine?
You are saying if there is a recording which will confirm.
Yes, in your view, if there were a recording of the call, would it confirm your version or witness A's version of what happened during that call?
I think it will confirm the version of what was said on the day and what I said and what they said.
Okay. Can we then continue with your statement?
Can I just check, General, with your denial of what witness A says, does that include a denial that in the call you mentioned the name of General Sibia in whatever context? Are you denying that the name ever came up?
No, I don't deny the name of General Sibia, because when I phoned, I indicated, even the first time, when I phoned, I indicated I received a call from General Sibia that he received a complaint the family of the person you arrested, Bin Mulefe, they don't know where he's detained. Where did you detain him? Because it is not a kidnapping, it's an arrest. That is how we discussed. And then he said, no, I am with, we just separated with his attorney. He called the name Tammy, I can't remember the surname. So I said, but this complaint it seems to be unfounded, because how does the lawyer know where the suspect is, and who have now briefed the lawyer to look for him or to go and look for him? So obviously they know. So I left it like that, and then I sent the message to the general, and the general didn't respond. And I decided to switch off my phones because I was off sick, and now I'm receiving these calls and also avoiding to watch the social media and watch TV so that they can recoup faster. So when I phoned, it was because I was going back to work and I don't have full information. I recall that the general sent me to establish about this. So I wanted to establish, to say, that man, what was he arrested for? What was the charge? So that when I report full back to say, no, the person that was reported for this, if in case he asked me, because he tasked me, then I can be able to report back. So I mentioned his name in that context, to say I was sent by him and if I go back without full information, then it will be a problem.
So the first call, you say it's on the 7th of December.
Yes.
And the subsequent call, when is that?
I'm not sure, but they are saying it's on the 16th.
Okay.
I'm not sure, because even if they called me on my private number. So I use both phones, and on my private number, I don't itemize billing. Then I have the whole itemized billing on the state phone, and I was looking on their calls, including that one where he sent me a message and deleted, and then I end up phoning him in the evening. Yeah.
Thank you.
Are you not able to answer that question with reference to the date when you had to go back to work? Because you said you remember that this call was the day before you went back to work.
Yeah.
So when was the day when you went back to work?
Yeah, I went back to work on the 18th.
On the 18th?
Yeah.
So the call would have happened either on the 16th or the
17th, yes.
Yes. I just wanted to ask a follow-up question. You said witness A would not give you an answer to your question because they said this is a sensitive issue. You should speak to General Mbuso Khumalo about it.
Yes.
Did you speak to General Mbuso Khumalo?
No, I didn't speak to him.
Okay.
I said if need arises, when I go back, I will phone you.
I think we'll come back to that maybe when we question you, but leave it there for now.
Okay, so then if we can return to your statement at page 62, paragraph 200, where you say what you do recall about the call with witness A.
Page 61.
62, paragraph 200.
As I read it.
Yes.
What I recall is that when I telephoned witness A, it was a follow-up telephone call made on the 17th of December, 2024, concerning a complaint that the family of Mr. Katisomulefe allegedly did not know where he was being detained.
General, General, did you say 17 December or 7 December?
7 December.
I misheard. I thought you said 17.
He did say 17, Chair.
I said 17.
Yes.
I thought so
my apologies, Commissioner. And Katisomulefe alleged did not know where he was being detained. I followed up the tasking received from General Sibiri requesting me to make inquiries regarding the detention status of Mulefe. The purpose of the follow-up was to establish the reason of the arrest, as I had omitted to ask what question to ask that question during earlier discussion with the investigating officer. The only occasion on which I recall the name Numalo being mentioned occurred when a complainant brought to General Sibiri's at his office. I happened to be present. In his office at the time, a female attorney attended together with a Chinese male individual who indicated that he was business partner of Zen Numalo in mining operations situated in Northern Cape, specifically in Kimberley. The complainant raised related to cases of burglary vandalism affecting their mining equipment, which they alleged they were not receiving adequate police attention. My collection of the matter is limited to the interaction, and I have no personal knowledge of Zen Numalo nor relationship between Lieutenant General Sibia and Julius Male.
Okay, then the next topic, Deputy National Commissioner Lieutenant General Sibia's alleged relationship with Mr. Katiso Molefe.
I have no knowledge of any personal, professional, improper relationship between General Sibia, Mr. Katiso Molefe. Nor did I observe any conduct suggesting existence of such relationship. I did not know who Katiso Molefe was prior to his arrest. Then my involvement arose only after Lieutenant General Sibia received a call from Molefe's family alleging that they are unable to establish where he's been detained and arrested. During December 2024, requested me is the repetition of what I just read to say to verify where he is.
You can go on 7 December.
On 7 December 2024, while I was off sick recovering home from my eye operation, I received a call from Lieutenant General informing me that a complaint has been received alleging Molefe had been arrested in Sandton and that the family could not trace him at any police station. Lieutenant General Sibia further indicated that the arrest had allegedly been affected by Gauteng Provincial Investigation Team. I requested that I establish where the suspect was being detained. Pursuant to this request, I contacted Brigadier Nama, who indicated that he had no knowledge of the arrest and suggested that I inquire with organized crime investigation. And thereafter, I contacted Mukwena, who undertook to make inquiries. Later, he came back involved Sergeant.
Sorry, don't say the name. Just say witness A.
Okay. Mukwena provided me with witness A's number, contact number, details. I contacted witness A to establish the information. Witness A informed me that numerous persons, including senior officials, had been making inquiries regarding arrest of Molefe and that he had recently met with suspect legal representative. I indicated that this suggestion that complainant allegedly the family did not know that the suspect was detained appeared to be unfounded, as it is logical that the legal representative would have been instructed by the family. I subsequently contacted Sergeant Sito.
Witness A.
Witness A. Again, let me wrap them all before I go. Subsequently, I contacted witness A again to inquire about the reason for the arrest. I had neglected to ask during our earlier discussion for which offense the suspect had been arrested. Sergeant A Witness A informed me that the several officers making inquiries and further indicated Major General Khumalo had instructed investigation team not to discuss any case as it is regarded sensitive. I informed Witness A that I was due to return to work. I required information to report back to the Deputy National Commissioner, as I did not wish to provide complete feedback after having been tasked with the inquiry. Thereafter, left the matter at that stage and indicated that I should further need further information. I will contact Major General Khumalo directly. I had already reported to Lieutenant General Sivia that the suspect's legal representative met with both investigation team and suspect. At no stage did Lieutenant General Sivia request that I intervene in the investigation or influence the arrest or communicate preferential treatment. On other occasions, the name of Katiso Mulife was subject of discussion was, it was on the 23rd of July. On other occasion, the name of Katiso Mulife was subject of discussion was, it was on the message from a person who identified herself as Ms. Tumi Simon, who indicated that she was residing in Chicago, United States of America. Ms. Simon informed me that she had seen a media report concerning the arrest of Mr. Katiso Mulife and that she recognized him as the individual responsible for killing her brother, whom she identified as Kagiso. She forwarded photograph of Mr. Mulife to me via WhatsApp and advised that there existed a murder case registered at Mondio Police Station with under case 501 of 3/2019 relating to the murder of her brother. Ms. Simon further alleged that the same individual had also responsible for killing her parents, stated that the house at which Mr. Mulife had allegedly been arrested belonged to a late brother. Upon receiving this information, I immediately contacted Major General Khumalo and relayed the contents of the information provided to me so that the relevant investigative team could allow up on the allegations.
Follow up. You may continue, General.
Oh, sorry. I immediately contacted Major General Khumalo and relayed the contents of the information provided to me so that the relevant investigative team could follow up on the allegations. I further provided Major General Khumalo with Ms. Simon contact details to enable investigators to engage directly with her as a potential complainant and witness. Thereafter, Ms. Simon sent me a WhatsApp message expressing appreciation and thanking me for referring a matter to what she described as a capable detectives. I subsequently attempted to obtain feedback regarding progress of the matter. However, despite attempt, I was unable to contact Major General Khumalo to establish the outcome of the follow-up investigation. Notwithstanding...
Okay, no, now we need to go back to page 66 because the paragraph you're about to read relates to a different topic. So if you go back to 66, the heading is why I allegedly informed Mr. Vusindlala that Warrant Officer Michael Pule was granted bail in August 2024. And just to clarify, as was indicated to you yesterday, the reference to the Musina case number is incorrect. It relates to the Swart murder, that he was granted bail in respect of the Swart murder.
Okay. So it's not Musina case, supposed to be Swart murder?
Yes.
Okay.
So you can read paragraph 212 and then I'll direct you to the next paragraph.
Okay. I'm aware of allegation that I informed Vusindlala, known as Vusma Kubela, that warrant officer Michael Puletau had been granted bail during August 2024 in relation to Musina case, so and so, which was supposed to be Frenachin case.
Yes.
I do not presently recall the details of the reference case number. Due to my current suspension, I do not have any access to subsystem official records which could enable me to verify and interrogate the matter.
Then if you can go to the next page, paragraph 214, that's the continuation of that topic.
Notwithstanding the above mentioned limitation, I categorically deny that I informed Vusindlala, alternatively Vus Abednego Makubela, that warrant officer Tau had been granted bail, and that I conveyed any information whatsoever to him concerning bail proceedings in that matter. I further state that I never discussed warrant officer Puletau with Mr. Makubela and did not communicate any information relating to investigation, court proceeding, or operational development involving that individual. I therefore unable to account for the origin of this allegation, as no such discussion or disclosure occurred within my knowledge and involvement or participation. I am constrained to address an adverse reference made during proceedings. So this is another one, not under that topic.
That seems to still be the same because it relates to Puletau.
Okay,
yeah,
Puletau.
But it is an allegation that was apparently made in ad hoc, the ad hoc committee that you want to address.
Okay. I am further constrained to address an adverse reference made during proceedings of the Parliamentary Ad hoc Committee by Lieutenant General Kumar, wherein it was suggested that I persuaded the investigating officer not to oppose bail in respect of warrant officer Michael Tau, an accused in the Ahmad Swart murder. That assertion is incorrect and constitutes a misrepresentation on both conduct and the applicable legal process. The allegation that I interfered with influencing or persuaded any investigating officer not to oppose bail is not true. It is inconsistent with my role, my professional experience, the established legal framework governing bail, proceedings, and serious criminal matters. I wish to emphasize that offenses falling under Schedule 6 of Criminal Procedure Act require a formal bail application before a competent court, where the accused bears the honors to satisfying the court that exceptional circumstances exist to justify release on bail. An experienced detective and senior commander with crime detection, I have always been fully conscious of the legal position and the strict procedure and safeguard applicable to such proceedings. Decision relating to bail is opposed or manner which the bail proceedings are conducted or any subsequent appeal process fall within the prosecutorial domain of National Prosecuting Authority. These decisions do not reside within the authority of the National Commander or Senior Detective Officer. It would have been both improper, beyond my mandate to attempt to influence such process. I therefore categorically deny that I persuaded, instructed, influenced any investigating officer not to oppose bail, whether at the first instance during any appeal proceedings, The suggestion that I interfered with the bail process is further contradicted by the testimony of witness A and B before the commission, whose evidence does not support the allegation attributed to me. For this reason, I respectfully submit that the adverse parliamentary reference does not accurately reflect the true factual and legal position and appears to have contributed to a narrative inconsistent with the objective evidence placed before this commission.
Thank you, General. Then I'm going to suggest that paragraph 70 to 76, the top of 76, is a duplication of the contents of the Musa Kaula allegations, which we've already addressed, but this is in the context of the criminal case that was pursued against him, where you say you had no involvement. We've already addressed that. And then on page 71, the investigation of the murder of Aman Swart, the allegations there, or what you set out there, is a repeat of what you had dealt with under the topics of the investigation, the discussions you had with the officers, the meeting of the 16th of May, and any telephone calls. So I'm going to suggest that 71, 72, 73, 74, and 75, up until paragraph 248 on 76, are repeats, and perhaps if your counsel could confirm that we don't need to deal with them because they are repeats.
Chair, we can confirm that. We don't have a problem if it is not repeated.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you. Then, General, that takes us to the page 76. We're almost there. The SAPS contract with Medicare 24 Tshwane District Pty Limited, and your knowledge thereof. Starts at paragraph 249.
249. I have noted the question raised concern of SAPS contract with Medicare 24 Tshwane District Pty Ltd. I wish to state to the outset that I was not involved in the initiation, procurement, adjudication, approval, negotiation, or administration of any contract concluded between South African Police Service and Medicare 24 Tshwane District Pty Ltd. Matters relating to the procurement and contracting service level agreement or within SAPS fall within designations or designated supply chain management, financial management, administrative structure operating in accordance with Public Finance Act and the National Treasury, SAPS internal procurement prescription. I became aware of the contract of SAPS and Medi 24 during September 2024 when Matlala asked me telephonically where I was traveling to, because I became amazed and inquired, how does you know I'm traveling? And Mr. Matlala indicated that he is having contract with SAPS for doing medicals. However, I did not know the name of Mr. Matlala's company until November when I received the screenshots of payments from SAPS.
In November 2024, this related to the 70,000. What are you referring to? The payments in November 2024. What payments in November 2024?
No, the payments on the screenshots. On the screenshots which Nkosi sent it to me.
Okay.
Yeah, that is what made me to see that is Tshwane Medicare. What to remember the one which shows the invoice are paid. Yes. On the exhibit.
Yes, I think you just needed to clarify because it's vague what you mean by November 2024 payments.
Yeah.
Okay. Then the next topic is payments made by me or my family members to Mr. Vusikat Matlala and any payments made to me by or my family by Mr. Matlala. We've dealt with this when you dealt with the reasons why the loan was advanced and repaid, correct?
Yes.
Can we just confirm that we don't need to go over paragraph 251 to 253? That there are repeats?
That is confirmed, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mkhize.
Thank you. And then that takes us to page 78, which is a topic concern regarding possible inducements to obtain adverse information.
Based on the information conveyed to me by Sergeant Daniel Mtaung, as well as other developments described in this statement, it appears that members of the South African Police Service may have been approached and potentially induced with promises of career advancement or promotion in exchange for providing adverse information concerning myself and other members.
Sorry, General, can you just tell us who is Sergeant Daniel Mutaung?
Sergeant Daniel Mtaung was working with me at organized crime, but on duty detachment. From October 1st to December 31st, due to ill health, I was not driving myself to work. He was driving me. He's also staying in Westland. Yeah, so he was visited at his house in Randfontein by these members, which he mentioned in his statement, who wanted information from him in exchange that they will promote him to a captain rank if he can give information against me or severe.
And that statement is in your annexure file RS11, and the typed version is on page 55.
Yes.
Do you then want to continue at 255?
While I do not purport to make definitive findings in this regard, the circumstances raise serious concern that proper methods may have been employed to solicit statement.
Did you say proper or improper?
Improper, sorry, thanks, Commissioner. Improper methods may have been employed to solicit statements or intelligence directed at a particular individual. In the interest of transparency, institutional integrity, and the protection of lawful policing process, I respectfully implore the Commission to investigate whether the inducement, incentive, promised of promotion were offered to SAPS members in exchange of finishing information of statements adverse to myself or others. I submit this information to assist the Commission in determining whether any conduct occurred that may undermine the independence of the investigation or compromise the credibility of evidence placed before it. Daniel Mtaung, deposed affidavit annexer to annexer RS11.
Okay, and then we are on page 79, which is your conclusion and request to the Commission.
Having responded fully to matters contained in the summons and having addressed each allegation placed before the Commission, I respectfully reiterate that I have never participated or facilitated or associated myself with criminal syndicate, improper influence, corruption, obstruction of justice within the South African Police Service, or any component of the criminal justice system. Throughout this statement, I have endeavored to place before the Commission a complete, truthful account of my conduct, decision and communications and professional interactions, together with the operational context within which those actions occurred. Where allegations have risen, I have addressed them directly and transparently, mindful of my duty both on as witness before the Commission and as a senior officer entrusted with public authority. My career spanning for more than 3 decades within the detective service has been dedicated in combating organized crime, protecting investigators, strengthening investigative integrity, upholding the rule of law. The actions now scrutinized before the Commission arose within the operational environment were motivated solely by lawful objectives and professional responsibility and the protecting of the investigative process and personnel. I respectfully submit that several allegations addressed in this statement arose from misunderstanding, misquotation, incomplete information, the misinterpretation of operational interaction, which, when viewed in their proper factual institutional context, do not support any inference of wrongdoing in my part. I further submit that adversely public reference, institutional commentary, and subsequent administrative developments, including my suspension, must be assessed against the verified evidence rather than against perception formed through incomplete and inaccurate narratives. I wish to place on record my full respect of the authority, independence, and the purpose of the Commission. I regard these proceedings as important constitutional mechanism intended to establish the truth, restore the public confidence, strengthen the integrity of South Africa criminal justice system. I have cooperated fully with the Commission, having taken all reasonable steps to provide information within my knowledge and remain available to clarify aspects of which statements to provide further evidence in the Commission. I therefore respectfully request that the Commission consider my evidence holistically, having regard to the operational realities of organized crime, the defined separation between investigative, prosecutorial, and judicial function, the absence of any proven improper conduct of my part, my long-standing service record, professional conduct in the South African Police Service. I accordingly request the Commission to make findings based on totality of evidence presented and that my conduct be assessed within its proper legal, factual, and institutional context. I depose this statement consciously believing the contents to be true and correct in compliance with the summons to me. I thank you.
Thank you, General.
Thank you, General. The hearing or continuation of the hearing of your testimony will be at 9:30 on Friday. The Commission will not sit tomorrow. Commissioner Baloyi has a Judicial Service Commission meeting which she simply cannot get out of tomorrow. Let us adjourn and resume at 9:30 on Friday.
Thank you, Chair.